this announcement ready. Let me know when you're ready, and I'll go ahead and launch the event.
Yeah, hang on. I just need another minute here.
Yep, no rush.
I think I should be good too. I'm pretty sure I have audio.
Just giving it 2 seconds to start filling up, and then we'll go over everything.
Okie doke.
They should start piling in here in about 5 seconds. So welcome everybody to the debate between Andrew Wilson and Planet Peterson on Christianity shouldn't be in government. Today we have two titans of online debates. I hope you're all excited. I cannot speak today. Planet Peterson is going to be taking the affirmative. Andrew Wilson's going to be taking the negative. With that being said, the format is pretty simple. We're going to have an introduction on each side, so that's going to be 10 minutes each. So the affirmative first, and then the negative. And then the affirmative will do the cross-examination, and then the negative. The cross-exams are going to be about 30 minutes each, not about. And then the audience questions, we have set about 20 to 30 minutes for that, just depending on how that looks. I think there's going to be a ton of audience questions today. So with that in mind, if you guys want to go longer than 20 or 30 minutes, I'd love to go longer than that. I'm sure the audience is going to have hundreds of questions for you. No way we get to them all, right? And then the negative, or I'm sorry, the closings are going to be the affirmative followed by the negative, and those will be 5 minutes each. The debate guidelines are pretty simple. That we're going to go into the introductions and closings first, so there's not going to be any over talking allowed during that. So make sure that the person doing the introduction and closing is the only person talking during that. The cross-examination rules are pretty simple as well. So make sure to manage your time well, right? Each debater may reclaim their allotted time during cross-examination. If the discussion begins to stray off topic, just say something like, I want my time back, and the appropriate debater will be back in control of the questions during the cross-exam. You are in full control of your cross-exam period, although please do be considerate of your opponent and allow them to make their points and try to stay on topic, right? With the questioning during that, only the debater whose turn it is in the cross-exam should be asking questions. So if you're the person that's being cross-examined, it's okay to ask a clarifying question, but don't go into a bunch of questions, right? So try to focus on just answering questions directly and concisely. And once again, do not ask questions outside of your designated turn besides maybe a small clarifying question, right? Don't turn their cross-exam into your cross-exam. Now, the audience question portion is going to be a lot of fun. The audience questions are not timed, though, for another cross-examination. So these are to allow the audience to ask on-topic questions. Audience members, please ask questions like, well, related to Christianity, if it should or shouldn't be in the government. You can always refuse to answer a question. If a debater is asked a question during this time from an audience member and the other debater wants to jump in asking for clarification on something, that's totally fine. But once again, this is not a second cross-examination time for the debaters to go back and forth asking each other a bunch of questions. If you want me to remove an audience member from the stage that is asking questions for whatever reason, just say, hey, remove them from the audience or remove them from the stage, and I'll do that for you. Anybody on any of the streams, if you have a live question, you can join Politics Discord. It's discord.gg/politics. And you can hop in the audience and raise your hand. You're welcome to come up and ask a live question. In my live stream, I have a Q&A section. It's youtube.com/@realbreakfasttacos. It doesn't cost anything. You just click the button where it says Q&A, and you can post a question for either party. Just right in the front of it, who it's for, question for Andrew, question for Eric, something like that. The interruption etiquette with this is going to be fair with them, right? So keep interruptions to a minimum. Please allow your debate opponent to fully state their positions. If you need to clarify or point out that they didn't address a question, well, feel free to, right? But wait until they finish their point, unless it's way off topic. If you must interject, please do so politely. Ask something like, may I interrupt? Do you mind if I jump in? May I provide input? Then respectfully engage with your opponent. We are not enemies here. We're having a debate. We're having a conversation, right? So allow your interlocutor the opportunity to make their points without undue interruption. And like I said, we're trying to have a productive debate, so you're not enemies. Just keep that in mind. On my end, I'm going to be the moderator. I'm Taka, right? The continuous interruptions or any continuous interruptions or over talking may lead to the use of moderation tools to ensure fairness. My goal is to protect the speaking time of both the affirmative and the negative sides. I'm going to strive to remain an unbiased moderator throughout the debate. We'll go ahead and have the affirmative. So Planet Peterson introduce himself first, and then we'll have the negative Andrew introduce himself as well. Go ahead and introduce yourself, Planet. Do whatever plugs you want to do, and then we'll have Andrew do the same, and then we'll move into the introductions.
Yeah, sure. Planet Peterson. I was a science teacher for about 10 years. Now I kind of do this. I mostly try to talk about what I'm known for is debating people that just reject basic science, like the shape of the earth, whether or not evolution is true, stuff like that. I'd prefer not to talk about religion and politics all that much, but it gets brought up by people. So my name is Eric. Andrew, I have no idea if you knew that, but just call me Eric. It's so much easier to say than Planet Peterson. But that is my handle, so you can find me on mostly on YouTube.
Is your last name Peterson? Is that what that is? Oh, okay,
Yeah.
I see. Go ahead.
Yep.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I was just curious.
No, that's totally fine. I mean, that's basically it. I don't do too many plugs. So, mostly on YouTube, Planet Peterson. I am on TikTok. I do live streams on there on the weekends. I do have 2 books out. This is mirrored, but Facts That Aren't True is my newest book. Bunch of popular myths, misconceptions, old wives' tales, and rumors. And my first book is Rational Answers to Stupid Questions. So you can find those in links on my YouTube videos and stuff like that. But that's about it.
And then Andrew?
Yeah, my name is Andrew Wilson. I'm the host of The Crucible. It's a popular entertainment channel on YouTube. I engage in conversations and debates basically all over the world on a huge variety of various topics. I'm glad to be here today. I appreciate Mr. Peterson coming out to do the debate. I know that we got a bit heated in our back and forth DMs, but I think that's all part of how this works, right? So it is what it is. Happy to have a moderated formal debate. I haven't had that in a while. It's always nice to kind of go back. I almost consider that to be old school now instead of the old blood sports. So anyway, you can find my YouTube channel, The Crucible. Just type it in. It'll pull right up. And you can also find me on Twitter at PaleoChristCon. And I don't have any books, but I do take all of my wife's book money and then I spend it on firearms. I'm very proud of that. And her book is called Occult Feminism. You can find that on Amazon. It's usually a #1 bestseller in its category. So yeah, that's it.
Perfect. Let's go ahead and get started. Let me know when you're ready, Eric, and I'll start the timer.
I am going to be ready in 3, 2, 1. Okay. Just let me know.
You now have 10 minutes.
Let me open up a timer. Okay. So Andrew and I and Taco, we clarified this kind of behind the scenes in setting this up. But so the topic is Christianity shouldn't be in government. But we clarified government means the United States government. So Andrew doesn't have to defend some random country's government. And I don't have to defend the general concept of government, because that would make the debate impossible and pointless for both sides. A theocracy is a kind of government, so arguing Christianity shouldn't be in a Christian theocracy would be pointless. It would also be pointless to argue, does Christianity belong in an Islamic theocracy? So we agreed on that. So the United States government, it's a constitutional republic. That's a form of government where citizens elect representatives to make decisions, and the government is limited by a written constitution. Our government has features. Citizens elect representatives, they're represented in the Congress, and then there are specific limitations on the government. This means that we kind of know what the type of government we have does and how it functions. Not how it ought to function, but just how it does function. So to make it a little bit easier, I'm just going to draw kind of an analogy. Compare the government to some other sort of system, because governments are systems. So like an engine transfers mechanical power. There's no such thing as the correct engine, but you can still compare engines that transfer mechanical power, because that's the task of an engine, and then see which one is better at that task. Or we could say something like as basic as drawing a straight line. We're not saying you should draw straight lines, but just that that's what you're trying to do. A ruler does that very, very well, whereas a compass does that horribly. So we can't derive oughts from is's here, but we can still measure normative objectives, and more importantly, we can point out contradictions. In this case, the claim that a compass is good at drawing straight lines, it's not really a contradiction, but it is literally not true, and a ruler is definitely objectively better in this sense. So back to constitutional republics. A constitutional republic that disenfranchises people and violates its own constitution is clearly one that doesn't work, because that's the opposite of what they are. So I'm not here to tell you that there's a correct type of government, that I know exactly what it is, or that Christianity in government would be like objectively the worst option or anything like that. But we can prove that Christianity should be in government is false, in the same way that a compass is good at drawing a straight line is a false statement. So point number 1 is that we literally know for a fact that religiosity positively correlates with dysfunctionality. You can read about this in scientific and other academic journals. I do have some studies. I can link those or share my screen later. I'm happy to do that. Point number 2 is that the framers of the Constitution, I don't think they were idiots. They studied this and they thought about it extensively, and they understood that no religion can make a claim that is legitimate to rule that can be acceptable. Even in a Christian nationalist's wildest dreams, this could never work because, well, if we became a Catholic theocracy, well, then Protestants would lose their minds. They wouldn't get what they want out of this. So what is it that you do then when you can't Christianize Islam, you can't Judaize Christianity, you can't Catholicize Protestantism? You make compromises instead. And that's what limited powers do. And that's exactly what happened. Madison drafted the First Amendment and its Establishment Clause. Now, Christians, in an attempt for confirmation bias, they try to they go with this mantra of no separation in church of church and state. That was something Jefferson said in a letter. It's not actually in the Constitution, but what I suggest you do is that you should read what the Christian, Madison was a Christian, so this is, you could argue this is a Christian perspective. He's the one that wrote the amendment, and when asked what it means, or the Establishment Clause, when asked what it means, he said, Congress should not establish a religion and enforce the legal observation of it by law, nor compel men to worship God in any manner contrary to their conscience. So according to the United States Constitution, Christian ethics are forbidden from being part of government. A national religion creates a dysfunctional government. In other words, it's a compass, not a ruler. So Andrew's position, I think, would be illegal. So I'm not really sure where, I mean, kind of good luck with that, I guess. I don't think Andrew respects people who loot and riot, cross the border illegally, or violate the Constitution in any other way. So I don't know. Well, I'm curious to see what we're going to hear, but that's an issue I think we have. And then the last thing is, the point of how I set this up is that governments are systems, and systems they have a certain function, and that function, if you want to discuss or describe how it ought to work or how it should work, what the best way to make it work is, these are just normative claims. So I'm not really here to talk about objective ethics or morality or anything like that. But if Andrew does try to do that, I'm not really sure that Andrew has the argument. But even if he did, we have the problem of arbitrariness, and you can't derive an ought from an is. So I'm not really sure how Andrew's going to try to prescribe Christianity being in government. He's perfectly welcome to use, because this is what I will try to do. He's perfectly welcome to use any normative claims for what Andrew wants to see happen in government and why he thinks maybe Christianity will help with that. But I think they're going to contradict both the religion and the government in question. And we'll see whatever it is, or later that whatever normative objectives Andrew believes Christianity brings, and those would be his reasons for wanting it in government. I think that there are serious and literal contradictions in almost all of them. So that's my opening statement.
Cool. Are you ceding the rest of your time?
Yeah, that was under 7 minutes, so I cede the rest of my time.
Perfect. Andrew, let me know when you're ready, and I'll start the timer.
Yeah, I have 10 minutes, correct?
Yes, sir. Are you ready?
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Cool. You have 10 minutes starting now.
I would like to remark in my opening statement that Mr. Peterson made a very long hit piece about yours truly called Andrew Wilson is a Moron. Very good framing on that, by the way. In it, he claims I misrepresented and gave bad arguments against secular humanism and Craig FTFE. When offered the same debate with the same prompts so he could prove it, our good friend Mr. Peterson did decline. I just want to point that out. Instead, demanding that we do a debate where I needed to, quote, convince him Christianity needed to be in government. When I said that was fine, if I could do the same thing to him in secularism, he also declined. He also, strangely enough, told his audience some false things, and I just want to clear those up very quickly. Mr. Peterson didn't demand this format of debate, so I couldn't evade questions. Rather, we were doing the format that Taco himself does every single debate I have seen him host, and the same format that Taco requested to begin with. So I have no idea why Mr. Peterson made that up, but he did. Perhaps to sound like he got me in some kind of format I'm not used to, but he's going to find out better tonight. Now to the debate itself. Mr. Peterson has the affirmative that Christianity shouldn't be in government. He qualified American government, which I agree to. He just went over that himself. I'm completely uninterested in any tangential debate that Mr. Peterson actually wants to have, which is just God isn't real, though, which means nothing in this debate. To start with, I'd like to bring up the country most libs point to as the happiest in the world, Finland. In the happiest country in the world, there exist 2 state churches. Yes, that's right, 2. Both of these bodies have the ability to levy taxes. The tax is paid by members of the two churches and the rates determined on the parish level. While the government collects the taxes, the two churches pay for the cost of collecting them and receive the amounts paid. These go to fund the maintenance, repair of churches and public services such as record keeping, funeral services, and many others. We would call this a form of symphonia in Orthodoxy. The idea of the church working hand in hand with the state, represented by a two-headed eagle. Now, here in the USA, you can imagine that the government levying a tax at the behest of the church and then collecting it along with normal income taxes would be something Mr. Peterson wouldn't like very much. It's an example of the church and government working just fine. But wait, there's more. Since these are two different churches, one the Orthodox Church, the other a Lutheran church, you would think there would be significant social problems. He brought this up in his opening. Quite the contrary. That's odd considering their dogmas and doctrines are so removed from each other, isn't it? Yet, by all accounts, these two bodies, while they engage in rigorous debate, generally work hand in hand towards the general good and welfare of the peoples of their nation. Mr. Peterson will claim in this debate that there are so many different denominations of religions. How did I predict that? How could we possibly choose which one would represent us? Yet, all of those denominations exist in Finland, and they're doing fine. The happiest people on earth, supposedly. Yet, they have Buddhism, Hindus, Jews, Catholics, Anglicans, Islamics, all under the same roof of a nation, with two denominations being officially recognized as state churches, and those churches having a say in actual policy making. This should be some kind of nightmare for Mr. Peterson, but it seems to work so good that they're the happiest people in the world. Go figure. Now to U.S. policy, try to understand that our nation itself isn't divorced from religion any more than Finland, and never has been. There's simply an establishment clause saying the federal government can't favor one religion over another or prohibit the free exercise of it. Interestingly, they still can. One way is they simply don't recognize a religion as valid, and they do this by not recognizing the church as legitimate and not recognizing them as a church and giving them the same status as other churches. Which, by the way, they do all the time. The IRS has official rules for what a church is. In fact, it includes creeds, forms of worship. It's super extensive. Now to the arguments themselves for Christianity being in government. One, the early history of the United States is one that tells a different story than modern secularists would have you believe, like Mr. Peterson. The founders in shaping this constitutional republic referenced Deuteronomy more than any other philosophy. This study was cited by the American Political Science Review and is noted by the C.S. Lewis Institute, who remarked this. This is also a book that records God's dealings with the chosen nation, especially in establishing the political and legal institutions necessary to govern a nation. Now, we can find text in the New Testament that deals with government. Think Romans 13, for example, and it gives us a sense of the duties of citizenship and the like. But what we find in the book of Moses and in that condensed version of Deuteronomy is the nuts and bolts of how do you make the establishment of a nation. This is direct proof, by the way, end quote. This is direct proof the Bible was indeed used heavily to determine government structure itself. My second argument is that most states that are founding already had state religions, and that you had to swear oaths to Christianity to even hold office. The Constitution was ratified 1788, and there were still states with official state religions, which makes it laughable that under the 10th Amendment, they didn't allow states to have state religions, because they clearly did. Our founders were fully aware of this fact, stating the Constitution was for a moral and religious public. Quote, our Constitution was made only for a moral and religious people. It is wholly inadequate to the government of any other. John Adams. Adams is talking about men who believe like Mr. Peterson, by the way. 9 of these states required a sworn oath that Jesus Christ is Lord, in fact. There didn't seem to be very much confusion. My third argument is that the entire United States is already run like a religious institution. Men with ceremonial black robes who sit on high pedestals judge the people on judging days. Other men in black ceremonial robes give and interpret the law. We have national anthems, the etymology of which are liturgical hymns. We have dogmatic beliefs in every sense of the word. Dogmas around patriotism, American exceptionalism, a strict adherence to the concept of rights, an invisible metaphysical concept which isn't true, but we put faith in it anyway. We persecute heretics. We call them communists and socialists and people who, quote, want to destroy our way of life. Anybody who goes against the law of the land is interpreted by the lawgivers and the law interpreters in the black robes, and they will be persecuted for it. Things like rights and other dogmas are forced on the population as a way in which they must live their life, as a sense of normative claims. Our politicians take oaths of office, often given on the Bible itself, but the fact they are giving oaths at all infers there'll be some kind of divine intervention to that oath breaker. They give oaths of office just like they used to. I would argue the entire system is religious and dogmatic in its very nature, and Peterson will have to explain why those dogmas are incompatible with Christianity or reject it, or in any way wouldn't be made better by it. My fourth argument is that blind justice makes no sense. It makes no sense absent the Christian view. This concept is uniquely biblical. Neither rich nor poor judge them the same. In a non-Christian view, there isn't really any reason at all for justice to be meted out the way we mete it out. An eye for an eye or serious punishment is just as reasoned for justice as forgiveness and rehabilitation. Why can't a rapist be castrated or graped himself for the crime of grape? Why not murder the murderer? This is every bit in conformance to reason as the current justice code, except the current one still relies on Christian ethics. I have 6 more arguments after this, but I think that that's probably as much as I can fit in for my opening. But let me address a couple of things before we get to the cross-examination. I agree with Mr. Peterson. He can't get an off from an is, but then he makes this really bizarre claim. He said, Peterson says, I'm at the mercy of a should claim, but he's at the mercy of a shouldn't claim, which is also an ought claim. I don't know if he knows this or not. When you say you should not do thing, that's also an ought claim, just like saying you should do a thing. So saying we should not have Christianity in government is making a normative claim. It's literally making an ought claim. So I don't know what the fuck he's talking about there, but we can get into it. What can you do when you can't criticize Islam, he says, or Christianize Islam or Christianize these people? What do they do in Finland, where all of these different denominations live together and there's 2 state religions? Well, what happens is the 10th Amendment goes into effect, and it's up to the ethics of the population to put in the religion that they choose. Also, he says Christian ethics are barred from government, and that's actually kind of just counterintuitive and stupid. If you vote your conscience and you're Christian, that's Christian ethics. Just like that, that's Christian ethics. If you're a politician and you're voting based on your normative ethical framework and you're a Christian, you're going to be voting against abortion bills. You're going to be voting against tax bills. You're going to be voting for all sorts of different things, which you're going to rely heavily on your actual ethical framework, which is Christianity. Yeah, it's already there. It's already there. And does he want to get rid of it? No. What he'll say instead is, no, I'm fine if Christians utilize the Constitution by voting in other Christians who can then amend the Constitution. So it's like, he can't even tell me that they shouldn't be there. He'll actually have to say that they should. And with that, I'll cede my time. We can get into the cross-examination.
That was perfectly timed. So we'll be moving into the cross-exams. The affirmative is going to go first. You'll have 30 minutes, and then the negative is going to have 30 minutes as well. Once again, in the cross-exams, please make sure to address your opponent's questions directly and concisely. And also, try not to turn it into your cross-exam, right? It's okay to ask a clarification question. But Eric, whenever you're ready, let me know, and I'll start your timer.
Well, real quick before you start, I'll make a deal with you, Eric. I'll answer all of your questions good faith and concisely, if you promise you'll do the same when it comes to my cross-exam.
I mean, that's what I planned on doing.
I know. I just always make that deal at the outset because, well, people often, if they go first, well, they become bad faith when it becomes your turn to cross-examine them. So if we make that deal, I'll do it.
Yeah, I mean, sure. The only thing, I mean, right. I'm going to be pretty anal about like staying to the topic of the debate.
Good.
That's
good. Yeah. No problem. I'm not going to divert. I'm just here to answer your questions on cross-examination from my position.
Yeah. Okay. That's fine. Taco, I'm ready. So just tell me when you're ready.
Yep. Starting the timer now. You have 30 minutes.
Okay. During the summer of 2020, the summer from hell, and all the, I'm sure you remember, Andrew, the Black Lives Matter riots were going on. There was a lot of looting that was excused by certain like radical leftists, and their rationale for that was because the people were stealing were poor, and they stole from mega corporations, for example, who have too much and they don't contribute to society. So I assume you don't accept that position.
I actually don't understand how this relates to the topic, but I'm willing to engage with it, I guess, anyway. Um, no, I would not accept that standard, but I think that the justification they were really using for BLM was different, which they were making it about social justice, though I do think there were a few leftist apologists who were definitely making the claim of social inequality.
Yeah. And okay, that's perfectly fine. I mean, without getting into like if you can do it quickly, fine. If you don't want to, then, or if you don't think you can, that's fine. But what's your position on like the redistribution of wealth in general, in welfare in general? Just kind of like for, against, or, and I think it can be done properly, but whatever.
Oh man, that's that's kind of loaded. So, generally speaking, I'm a capitalism supporter. I think that that has done, as Bono rightly pointed out, it has done more to bring people out of poverty than any other system which is available. But I also believe in the charitable donations of the various peoples who follow the faith, and that they should help where they can help.
Well, personal charity and redistribute. I guess I was thinking from the lens of a bureaucratic government apparatus.
Well, I mean, it's hard. Yeah, you'd have to give me something specific. Like, do I think that the government has a right to levy taxes? Yes. Do I think that the government should levy income taxes? Probably not.
Okay.
I think there's better ways like tariffs or things like this. But generally speaking, I'm against a redistributive model. If you're talking about government takes from rich guy and then hands it to the poor guy, generally speaking, I would be adverse to something like that.
Okay. Fair enough. So I have some quotes, and I want to read the quotes for you, and then I'll kind of get your reaction to them. Whatever certain people have in superabundance ought to go to supporting the poor. The next one is, it is lawful for a man to support his own need by means of another's property, by taking it, either openly or secretly. This is not, properly speaking, theft or robbery. Another one, anyone...
Wait, say that one again.
It is lawful for a man to support his own need by means of others' property, by taking it either openly or secretly. This is not, properly speaking, theft or robbery.
Okay.
Couple more. Anyone who has material possessions and sees his brother in need but does not help doesn't possess love. And this last one's not super relevant, but well, it's kind of relevant.
You're talking about, well, the third one's referencing sins of omission. So there's 3 categories of sin, and a sin of omission would be like you can help a person, but you choose not to help a person.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Next one. Now in human society, no man can exercise coercion except through public authority. With regards to rulers, the public powers entrusted to them, that they may be the guardians of justice. It's not exactly related to the others, but kind of in a little bit. Or it will be in a little bit. So I have one more quote, but one more preface to the quote for you. So sorry to bombard you with quotes. But there are some people like Hassan Piker, not a huge fan of him. You probably aren't either. But they take this position that, for example, being tough on crime doesn't do anything. That's the wrong position because it doesn't address root causes. Instead, they believe we should expand welfare or do reparations or whatever to lift people up, and then people just won't want to steal. I think that that's kind of like me. I don't think that that's right. I'm just curious what your take on that is.
Well, I think that you can have a multi-tiered approach. In the purpose of Christian ethics, we definitely have to keep dangerous people away from society, but we would try to focus on rehabilitative justice before we would try to focus on corrective justice, meaning, and when I say corrective in this sense, I just mean punishment. So rehabilitation would always tend to move to the forefront, though there could be exceptions to that depending. It just kind of depends on what the case use is.
Sure. To be a little more clear, the idea is that this isn't about this is about before people enter the justice system. Do you agree with the idea that we should like expand welfare and things like that so that people have better means so that they don't feel like stealing? Do you think that would
No,
actually
I would
help?
adjust policy so that you could try to steer clear of there being a need for welfare. So I think addressing things like inflation, the value of the dollar, Congress's ability to coin
Okay.
money, various things like this would be a much better route to attacking the causes of poverty rather than just handing poor people money. Ultimately, I don't think that gets at the root either.
Okay, fair enough. And then I have one more quote for you. Sorry to do that, but the quote is, and it's related to the thing about, well, we shouldn't be tough on crime. We should just give to the poor so that they don't want to steal. So here's a quote. There are dreadful punishments enacted against thieves, but it would be better to make such good provisions that every man might have the means to live and so be prevented from the necessity of stealing. So I gave you a litany of
I
things.
actually would generally agree with that statement. But when you're talking about the conditionals for how you go about that, that may be where you would get into the argument. Like, what are the
Sure.
conditionals which would address the fact or the thing that made the person the thief to begin with? I don't think that it's solely going to be pointing at poverty. There's going to be a multifaceted effect counter. So,
Fair enough. In the context of the person speaking about that, that is kind of what they were talking about because they were talking about people stealing. So it is material needs that aren't being met. But anyways,
well, who's the person speaking there?
I'll tell you in just a second. So I just want to know, do you agree with
After you feel like you've snared the trap, go ahead.
Yes.
Go ahead, bro.
So
Yes.
do you agree with any of the logic of any of those quotes I gave to you?
I would have to. They would have to be context specific. It's like if you do what's called a quote mining, and you probably run into this all the time with academics. People will take studies, they'll quote mine from studies, or they'll quote mine from various academic papers, and then use that as an example. Flat earthers do this all the time to you evil globies, right?
Yes.
They take just portions of what's being said and they don't contextualize them. And so because they don't contextualize them, you don't really understand in context what they're saying. So I could easily on the surface agree with at least some of what's being said here, but I would probably need to dive into the contextualization.
Well, I'll try to pick out one that I think is actually unambiguous. And it is the idea that it was the second one, the one you had me reread. If somebody steals from somebody to support his own needs, and that person's poor and that other person is well off, then that isn't technically theft or robbery.
Yeah. Well, the thing is what you're talking about is you're talking about a pardonable sin. So like this is a normative fight that people have all the time in Christianity or probably in every secularism, whatever it is. The idea is like if you're coming out of the desert and you're parched and you're going to literally die if you don't steal water from a well, are you justified in stealing water from the well? Right? This is what the question is. And so again, I think that you can add some sort of pardonability to something like that versus, well, I broke into your house to steal shit so that I could buy drugs. I think that I think that there's a distinction in contextualization, and that's why I can't actually agree or kind of disagree with that without additional context.
Okay, in America today, does that sound like something you would support?
Generally speaking, no. But
Okay.
again, I still think that if like a kid stole a candy bar, I wouldn't cut his hands off either, right? I would give some kind of pardon for that.
Well, yeah, but I mean, we're not talking about we're not talking about children in any
I'm
of
talking
these
about a
examples.
19-year-old. Let's just say like I'd call him a kid, right? 19, but he's 19, right? He's a dummy. He did something stupid. You know, he stole a candy bar or something like this because he didn't have enough to eat. I think that most people would probably pardon something like that.
Yeah, but I mean, the question isn't whether or not we should enact corporal punishment for it. It's whether or not it even counts as theft. And a pardon doesn't mean that you absolve the person of guilt either. So I've already used my first 10 minutes. So I kind of want to go.
Well,
on
I
here,
don't.
but
Yeah, I don't want to. Like, I don't want to sidetrack. If you can give me the context for this, I can answer it better.
I I actually don't think that these
You don't want to give me the context, do you? Because then the trap doesn't work. Can you just give me the context and then I can answer it
see, what I
honestly?
think is not well, no, I think you're not answering because you don't. I guess I'm not really sure. I don't find these quotes to be requiring very much context. It's not theft if you don't have and you steal from somebody somebody that does, or that people with superabundance ought to give their things away.
Yeah, but
so the reason
okay.
Andrew,
So again, generally speaking,
Andrew, I'm reclaiming my
yeah.
time here. We've already gone through
okay.
these, so I want to move it along. So I'm not
Okay.
changing the subject. I'm just moving it along.
Yeah, no problem. It's your cross exam. Go ahead.
But I don't think that these things, I don't really agree that these are my politics either. And I'm a left winger, but I don't think that these agree with your politics either as a right winger. But these quotes are from Jesus, St. Thomas Aquinas, and St. Thomas More. So,
yeah, well, who made that quote?
Which one?
The one you just read.
I read 4 of them. They came from St. Thomas.
The last one that you said is unambiguous.
The second one I said is unambiguous, which was it doesn't count if it's theft if you
yeah. Who said it?
That's Aquinas.
Yeah, Thomas Aquinas. So the thing is Aquinas's worldview, especially Aquinas. This is why context matters, right? Because I bet a single paragraph beyond that, Aquinas would contradict himself.
No, I don't think so. I got this. From
I bet he does. Go ahead, keep reading.
No,
I
got this from Summa Theologica, and that's actually from the. I have it pulled up here. I mean, I'm not gonna dive through. Or is it Utopia? No, okay. Utopia is St. Thomas More's. But I got this from the Summa, and what he does.
Well, Thomas Aquinas was a great apologist. Don't get me wrong, but I don't agree. Aquinas is not a person that I agree with more often than not.
Okay, and that's kind of my point, because you can't just say that this isn't Christian ethics. These are some of the most important and influential people in the history of Christianity, and
agreed.
Very good, but the problem is that I think, according to you, these ideas don't really have a place in government, but these are Christian ideas. Do you understand the problem with that?
Why are you saying that I think they don't have a place in government?
Because you said you don't agree with these ideas.
Yeah, it's just because I don't agree with an idea doesn't mean it doesn't have a place in government.
Yeah, but it's according to you.
No, the view here is, here's what the debate is. The debate is, Christians shouldn't be allowed in government. They shouldn't.
No,
right?
Not Christians, Christianity.
No.
Christianity. Sorry, Christianity shouldn't be allowed in government. Fair enough. Okay, I'll go ahead and grant it, and you can reclaim your time from here too. But I just want to clarify this, that just so you understand, what does that have to do with Christianity should or shouldn't being in government? I don't actually understand that.
Because
can you help me out here?
Yes, because if this is Christian ethics, and Andrew believes that the government needs more Christian ethics, but I can point at Christian ethics and it says that theft doesn't count if you're poor, then Andrew Wilson doesn't agree that that Christian ethic belongs in government. Andrew Wilson doesn't agree that Christianity belongs in government.
Well, I don't think you understand. Maybe we can start with this. What do you think Christian ethics are?
So that's a good question for your cross exam right now.
Well, I mean, to answer it, and he can reclaim the time. I just want to make sure that we're clear on this point, because it seems like we're talking. Do you think that inside of the ethical purview of Christianity that there's not rigorous debate? Of course there is.
Yeah.
And not only is there, that's completely acceptable. And the idea that Thomas Aquinas could be debating across from, like an Orthodox bishop would be totally acceptable.
Yeah. Well, I didn't really lay out very much of this in my opening, but I think this is the problem, I think, for the position that you take, is that these are basically contradictions. Whatever it is that you think the government should do, Christianity, I don't think, is ultimately the source, because you'd have to reject specific Christian ethics in favor of whatever Christian ethics you want, or claim that it comes from Christianity. Now, you can claim,
Yeah, but that would be the claim with any ideology which existed. Like
in a
any two, in
way,
fact, I would just say any two people which exist. That would be the case and claim would be any two people who disagree. Then therefore, the person I disagree with has no place in government. Like that's silly. Like I disagree with Christians on all sorts
yes.
of things constantly, but when you're talking about a general normative framework, we don't disagree very much at all.
Well, I don't think you would agree with what the bishop at Trump's inauguration said, for example. So it is the case that you find, but
It's a
the
that's a
problem,
fake bishop, fake
well,
bishop.
according to her, you're a fake bishop. You know, she probably
No,
would
no,
hate your
no,
guts.
no.
Or you're not a
Their
bishop,
denomination,
but
their denomination recognized Orthodox as being Christian. We just don't recognize theirs.
well, that's an interesting position. But anyways, you can find justifications in whatever you want normatively in government, but you're going to find the opposite of it too. So that means Christianity holds the position of X and not X. So whatever justification or reason you have for the normative objections,
no, I think you're conflating two
objectives,
things here. So it's not that Christianity holds the position of X and not X. It's that some Christians could hold the position of X and not X.
Yes, but practicing
But
Christians,
I thought you just said Christians aren't what we're talking about, but Christianity, right?
yeah, but it's a Christian ethic developed by
Which
Christians
Christian
themselves.
ethics are contradicting themselves? You're talking about specific people. So I can make this argument to say, let's say I was talking about red pillars. I could say, well, this red pillar over here contradicts this red pillar, but that wouldn't tell us what the red pill was. It wouldn't tell us what the normative framework was of the red pill, let's say. So you're just talking about particulars with specific people. You're not actually talking about the ideology itself.
So for clarification, this has eaten up about 3 minutes, and this is
He can reclaim it. Look, I'm
crossing
going to be super charitable here.
Yeah,
he can definitely reclaim his time. I just want to make sure we clarify a few things. That's all.
Oh, I thought we were still on my time. I mean, I've been okay with it because I've been asking the questions I want to ask.
Okay, cool.
So, I have 15 minutes left then?
About, yes, sir.
Okay, that's cool with me. Anyways, I hear what you're saying, and I think the next line of questioning I have kind of gets to it.
Okay.
Which is, okay, so some historical stuff. And I'm not trying to poison the well or lump you in with this stuff. These things are not good, but I'm just throwing them out there. So in Virginia,
Are we doing the slavery stuff now?
no, nothing about slavery actually, but I mean, I could talk about that, but whatever. So in Virginia, this is in colonial times. There's a guy, his name was Hugh Davis. He was sentenced to corporal punishment for having relations with a black person. His specific accusation was, quote, abusing himself to the dishonor of God and shame of Christianity by defiling his body in lying with a Negro, unquote. We agree that that's bad. In 1959, Richard Loving and Mildred Jeter, they were both sentenced to jail in Virginia for the crime of being married. Richard was white and Mildred was black. The trial judge, he gave them a deal that they could actually avoid jail if they agreed to flee the state of Virginia for 25 years. And his reason was, Almighty God created races, white, black, yellow, Malay, and red, and he placed them on separate continents. And but for the interference with his arrangement, there would be no cause for such marriage. The fact that he separated races shows that he did not intend for the races to mix. And if you look at polling, interracial marriage at this time had a 4% approval rating. It was widely deemed, 4% approval. Yeah, it was just widely deemed to be wrong. There's this guy, Pastor Anderson. He's a real piece of shit. He says, look, the Bible clearly says that homosexuals need to be put to death, and the United States government should do it. So I'm sure that Andrew Wilson disagrees with all of that, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so were they wrong?
And well, what you're using is called a genetic fallacy. So you're trying to attack the position based on the source of the particulars. So this is actually what you're making is a fallacious argument. If you were just asking me, can you just very quickly, and again, you can reclaim your time, but can you just pull up genetic fallacy and then tell us what it says?
Just from memory, my understanding of a genetic fallacy is because things occurred, like historically, this is what occurred, then therefore it was good or justified that those things occurred.
It's a logical fallacy where someone rejects or accepts an argument based solely on its origin or source. And so the thing is that the origin and source, and in this particular case, you're saying, wait a second, look at these particulars, and these particular people did bad things, and so therefore Christian ethics itself is in question. That seems silly. It's not actually attacking Christian ethics. You're just attacking bad things a person did and then saying somehow this relates to Christian ethics. That is quintessentially a genetic fallacy for sure. Now, if you put it in question form, I can still accept it and I'll still answer to the question, even accepting the genetic fallacy, which is like, so what? There's laws in Kentucky that you can't, I believe you can't shoot rabbits from a trolley cart. I disagree with that law too. I think it's pretty stupid. For one thing, I want to shoot rabbits from a trolley cart. That's one. But the other thing is that I would not, if I were to say to you, secular ethics were bad. Now, if I were to say they were bad because I can't shoot rabbits from a trolley cart and you disagree, therefore secular ethics bad, you would reject that, right? And rightfully so.
I'm not sure. I didn't follow the very end there that bad or that much. But
yeah, if I said to you, this law bad and person did bad thing based on this law, and then use the justification, we don't shoot rabbits from trolley carts because we're secularists. And then I applied that to all secularists. That would be the same fallacy that you're engaging in.
So genetic fallacy was already defined. This is just eating up time at this point.
Sure. So I actually think that you'll see that I'm not really doing that, but I have to kind of evolve the conversation. So we can both agree that that's wrong. And I would argue that you would probably say that what those people's positions was wrong from a Christian ethical position. I would wager, at least. Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
So next question would be, do you think that the positions today that the majority of Christians have are all correct? Or do you think that future Christians will look back at today and condemn certain positions that Christians hold?
Yeah. Okay. So I just want to make sure I got this right. So I'm just going to steel man this to make sure I have it correct, and then you can tell me yes or no before I answer. And again, you can reclaim your time. I just want to make sure I get it right. So the question is, has Christian ethics evolved? And will Christian ethics continue to evolve so people will look back now and say, hey, we got this wrong? Is that correct?
In a way, yeah.
Okay, well, then the answer is most assuredly yes. There's going to be all sorts of groups that we're going to point to in the future and say they got Christian ethics wrong, for sure.
Okay, so I think we kind of already answered, or you kind of already answered this, but what is it that you appeal to condemn those things I brought up earlier?
Well, I don't know. At this point, I need to understand how this is pertinent to Christians shouldn't be in government. I need to actually understand that, because now you're getting in. You started by saying you don't want to get into a normative framework, and now you're bringing it to a normative framework, which I don't understand.
I never said that. I said I don't want to get into a moral one.
That's a normative framework.
Morals?
Yeah, ought. Those are ought claims, right? You should or should not do. That's normative.
I draw a distinction between morality and normative ones, because
I don't understand. Well, how? If you say something is moral, you ought do what's moral, right? That's normative.
No, I don't think you can derive an ought from an is, but in normative, we can say that.
How do you discuss this?
What?
Well, hang on. Help me out with this real
Andrew,
quick.
I'm not being interrogated.
Reclaim the time. Reclaim the time.
Well, I am reclaiming the time, but I'm going to answer your question.
I just need to clarify. That's all I'm asking, is for clarification. How can you describe a thing as being moral without an ought? I don't even understand that.
That's a good question for the cross exam.
Yeah.
No, I need that clarified now, or I can't. I don't even know what he's asking.
I understand.
So just clarify it quickly.
I understand that moral systems are systems of prescriptions or whatever for taboos or claims of what you should do, like should or should not. But,
yeah, so normative.
like in a way, but I don't. But Well, no, because it's not. I don't think it's the same thing as normative, because again, like what I was talking about earlier in my opening statement was, I can tell you that a compass is better at drawing a straight, or as I'm sorry, a ruler is better at drawing a straight line than a compass.
Yeah,
but I'm
those
not
are
telling you it's
descriptive.
morally
Yeah,
wrong
that's
to draw circles.
yeah, I agree.
Or
That's
morally
all
wrong to draw
descriptive.
bad straight
Yeah,
lines, or that
correct.
you
That's
should do
descriptive,
either.
but that's descriptive though. So you're making a descriptive claim. This, when you say better, you're not making a normative claim. You're not saying you ought to make a better straight line. You're just saying this does make a better straight line. It's still descriptive. But when you're talking about how should Christians, how ought Christians do X, then those are normative. That's a normative framework that you're diving into. You're talking about oughts then. So when you're talking about descriptors, when you're saying, hey, a ruler does make a better straight line than a compass, right? That is not you should make better straight lines with rulers. These are distinct. So when you're getting into normative claims, though, right, I need you to tell me how this ties into the topic of whether or not Christians shouldn't be in government, because that's your claim.
I'm pointing out I'm going to get there very soon, and I'm going to do that by pointing out a contradiction. Taco, I have 5 minutes. Is my time paused or not?
I've added 7 minutes so far. There's a lot of time being taken over for
I understand.
Other questions.
Well, you can't give him time back. You can't give him time back for me answering questions. You can just give him time back for me clarifying them. That's what's fair.
Yeah, but I think we're now done with the clarification.
I've been very fair with it. It's been more than 7 minutes.
All right, go ahead.
This is Peterson's cross-exam.
That's fine. And
Andrew,
is
it Taco?
Fine,
I didn't know that. I didn't know that, Taco.
So here's where I think the problem lies in. You're appealing to a Christian ethic to condemn what those people did in the past. I asked you about that earlier. You said yes. But that's going to happen in the future to positions that Christians hold today. So I don't understand how you can use the Bible or Christian ethics, because people in the future will judge you or other Christians to be wrong using Christian ethics.
Yeah, but
so
can you imagine
the contradiction?
Like here, well, first of all, there's no contradiction, right? A contradiction is a proposition and its negation. There's no negation of any proposition that you've made. All you've said is that's
because
no.
Yes,
what you said
you're
is
going to hold on. Mm-hmm. You're going to argue these are the things we should do. These are the things we shouldn't do. That's what slave traders and segregationists said in the past, appealing to Christianity.
That's a genetic fallacy.
But you appeal to Christianity to say that they're false.
Yeah, but what's my proposition?
But your
and its
ethic
negation
will be used against you in the future, meaning you don't have ethic according to Christianity.
Okay, listen, so that you understand. The proposition its negation has to be mine in order for there to be a contradiction. You're saying that Christianity contradicts itself. You have to give me the proposition Christianity gives, and then its negation in order to demonstrate the contradiction. What you're doing is you're giving particulars and saying because people make the self-ID claim of X, therefore this system is flawed. Now, if somebody did that back, you would never accept it in a million years. So if somebody were to say, well, this secularist in communist Russia, which was a secular nation, did the whole Holodomor, therefore all secular ethics are bad, you'd never accept that in a million years, right? Because it's silly. It makes no sense.
I believe in moral progress. Well, not really moral progress, I guess, but I don't know what else to call it. But if you believe that you have an objective and unchanging ethic, then to say yes, and the ethic evolves over time, to me, that screams that you're appealing to something outside of Christianity.
Sure. Hang on. You're right. Hang on. I'm going to give you. Andrew, you some charity here.
This is actually. I only need 10 seconds. You're claiming that it's grounded in Christianity, but everybody at every instance has done that, and they use that logic to claim that the other person's ethic was wrong, and that's what I think the contradiction is.
Yeah, that makes no sense though, because all you're saying is that a person can self-ID with a particular, and therefore everything will be applied to the particular, even if people don't follow the particular ethic. When you're talking about the shared value of Christendom, especially in Eastern Orthodoxy, Or here, I'll give you a better example. So fascism is what really allowed for essentially interracial marriage. That was not a thing which was done until basically the Catholic Church in Italy allowed that to begin. Before that, all of human history was basically against any sort of miscegenation. And it doesn't matter what people group you're talking about, they were essentially against miscegenation. And that's what makes it a genetic fallacy. What you're doing is you're taking the history of the time period and you're associating it to the laws of the land and the particulars of the time period, and then you're moving it forward and saying, well, wait, this is what Christian ethics was. It's not. It's not what Christian ethics was, and you can't point
But
to
you have
individual
Christian ethics today.
we Christian ethics
People
was is
This
yeah.
is
I'm
the
trying to
no,
explain.
no. This is the
Okay,
no
go
true
ahead.
Scotsman fallacy, which is implicit in the contradiction. You're sitting here saying
it's not a
they
no true
weren't
Scotsman
Christians,
fallacy.
whereas in the future this was just going to happen again.
No, I
and
didn't
they'll
say they
the
weren't
same thing to
Christians.
you.
I said that
Yes,
they.
you
I
did.
didn't say they weren't. Nope.
Or you
I
said that they
weren't
weren't
Christian.
using Christian ethics.
Nope. I said they violated them. So
Well,
here's the
it's
thing.
same difference.
Hang on. No, it's not the same difference. When you use a no
What?
true Scotsman, I'll explain so that
Go
you
ahead.
understand. When
Yeah.
you use a no true Scotsman fallacy, you're misapplying it. If I were to say this group over here, they just weren't Christians, and there's absent no justification, it'd be a no true Scotsman fallacy. But if I say that a person follows or self IDs an ethical framework and then doesn't follow the ethical framework itself, that's not a no true Scotsman fallacy. That's pointing to particulars in the ethical normative work and saying X person violated those ethics. And they can still self ID, as in this case, the Scotsman, right? But that wouldn't be a no true Scotsman fallacy. Do you understand the difference there in the particulars?
Okay, there's 5 minutes left, and let's try to answer the remainder. I cannot speak. The remainder of the questions directly and concisely.
Okay, I don't think there are 5 minutes left because my timer was just about to run out. Because Andrew did say, like, hey, I'm taking over, but he can reclaim his time. But I started my stopwatch at different times.
I added 7 minutes in total.
Well, I think you're going to end up giving me too much time. Like, I'm going to try to be fair. I'm going to address what you said, Andrew, and then I had a bunch of questions, but there's only one more I want to ask because I don't want to take up a huge amount of time. That would look unfair. But you lost me on the no true Scotsman thing there because the issue I'm having here is you're saying that the people in the past, they violated the Christian ethic, but that's what people in the future are going to say about Christians today, and the claims, like political or whatever, that they make, and they ground it in Christianity, and they'll say that there's the violation, or that they violated it as well. That's what I think is the pernicious contradiction in all of this. So,
well, even if that fallacy, like even if I granted for a second, just for the sake of argument, that it was the no true Scotsman fallacy, it still actually wouldn't be a contradiction. There's still no proposition and its negation happening at the same time. Well, all that would happen is that you could point out that I made some sort of fallacious argument, like, oh, they weren't real Christians. However, the thing is like, if you follow any ideology on planet Earth, if you're a utilitarian, for instance, but you're not acting in a fashion which is utilitarian, you're not following the normative framework of utilitarianism, it's very easy for me to say, okay, UID is a utilitarian, but you're violating the ethical purviews of utilitarianism. That's not a no true Scotsman fallacy. It's an objective statement of truth.
That's a categorical imperative type of notion that I'm hearing there. I mean, anybody can fall
it's not
short
an
of
imperative.
Anybody
That's
can
not
fall short
Kantian
of
ethics.
Anybody can fall short of what they claim they believe in. We do that all the time. But
yes.
But that's not the
well,
same
Christianity
thing as
actually adjusts for this
grounding what
inside
you're
of its
doing
normative ethics.
in what your belief is.
Yeah. So yeah, you understand Christianity actually has an adjustment for this. The idea of you shall know them by their fruits. So essentially, we can tell when people are violating Christian ethics, and our duty is to bring them back to the fold of Christianity. So when you point to just a particular of a violation of Christian ethics, that does not mean that this is on the back of Christianity. That would be a no true Scotsman fallacy. So if you're trying to say because Christians did this, and the Christian here are saying, well, wait, they aren't real. You would actually be making that fallacy. So the thing is, like, to back it up, just so you understand, if you violate your ethical purview with self ID, that's not a no true Scotsman fallacy for me to explain that inside of the religious purview, in this case Christianity, we know them by their fruits. That's what we know them by, and we have the particulars in order to make those judgments.
The problem there is, I'll say this and I'll just move on to the last thing. You're kind of, I don't know if I would call it begging the question or whatever, but you're telling them they violated, but you're ascribing your ethic onto them and saying they violated it, instead of understanding that according to them, this is the ethic. But
so then, as long as people groups at that time who are Christians also claim that they violated it, you would have no case. Does that even make sense to you?
I didn't catch that.
So if Christians at the time condemned that as being non-Christian behavior, then you wouldn't have an argument, right?
For that particular thing, but it's not as if there aren't.
Yeah, right. Except you still would. That's the problem, though. You still actually would have an argument for that particular thing. That's why the argument has no merit. It has no merit simply because you're pointing to a particular, and then you say, based on the particular, can we not look at our normative framework and see if people stepped outside of the particular? And it's like, yeah, of course we can. Of course, you do it all the time. Everybody does that normative framework. We have to. By the way, begging the question would be if you had a proposition, and then inside of the proposition, you put essentially what the conclusion was in the proposition itself, which is not what we're doing.
I know what begging the question here is. My last thing, though, is there anything that only a Christian is capable of believing in besides like the specific claims about like the divinity of Christ?
I don't actually understand this question. So pretend I'm a fifth grader and you're asking it to me so that I understand it.
That's time, although you can finish.
No. Let him finish his question.
Yeah, this is the last thing. I'm not really sure how to simplify it really, but is there I'll just ask it again. Is there anything that only a Christian is capable of believing in?
Only a Christian is capable of believing in. I mean, I don't think so. I guess if I understand what your question is, can anybody believe in anything? Is that the correct way to maybe rephrase that?
I'm specifically trying to get at, is Christianity privileged? And my time is up, so I'll just end with the point I'm trying to make here. And you say no, I think the answer is no as well. And then I think that's kind of devastating for, well, Christianity we don't need it in government, because if anybody's capable of believing whatever it is you're trying to get the government to do, then anybody can believe it, and it's not sourced via Christianity.
That's a very confusing argument to me as well, and I would love to dissect it, and I guess I can in a second with my cross-examination. But I'm just trying to understand. I guess I would need more clarity to even understand what you were asking. But anyway,
sure.
If you're ready for the cross-examination, I am too.
So we'll be moving into your cross-exam now. It'll be 30 minutes as well. If obviously, feel free to reclaim your time. If something's going on, you can ask questions and get back on topic. Let me know when you're ready, and I'll go ahead and start your timer. And once again, try to answer the questions directly and concisely.
Yeah, I think that's fine. I'm ready when you are, Mr. Peterson.
Perfect.
Yeah.
So I hope I answered your question satisfactory as I think I could. I hope you do the same for me. So, starting with this, do you have any problems with Christians being in government?
No, to the extent that a Christian holds, like, so because it's not should Christians be in government, it's Christianity.
I know. Just so none of these are going to be loaded, and none of these are going to be gotchas. I just want to make sure that I'm clarifying a couple things. First and foremost, just yes or no. Do you have any problems with Christians being in government?
No, because
no.
To the extent that a Christian holds beliefs and they act on them and whatever those beliefs are, to the extent that those beliefs overlap with the limits of government put in the Constitution, that's not a problem. I don't think it's a contradiction on my
And inside
part.
of the Constitution, what can you explain very quickly what the process is for an amendment?
You need, I don't remember the specific numbers. You need 3/4 of the states to ratify it. As far as Congress, I don't know if it's 2/3 or what.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So there's
Well, no,
multiple ways
it
to make
has
an
to
amendment.
be ratified by the states for it to count, because we famously had this recently. There's something Joe Biden was trying to get in there, some equal protections thing, and
You think 3/4 of the state came together for every amendment in the Constitution? Really?
I mean, historically, like, weird things have happened. There didn't used to be primaries 100 years ago, but now we do have them. So
Yeah. So anyway, so back to this. By the way, that's just factually inaccurate. But the thing is like, that aside, we'll just leave that aside for a second. Let me just ask you, and I'm reclaiming my time on this. I'm kidding. Let me just ask you this. If Christians then, if you have no problem with them being in office, if there was such an overflow of the numbers, because that was the representation that people wanted, they voted in Christians and they made an amendment to, like, I don't know, get rid of the First Amendment, which they're completely well within their rights to do. What's the problem with that?
So our Constitution has a system where you can amend amendments, the 21st or 2nd, whatever, undid prohibition or whatever.
Well, no, you can just undo amendments altogether.
Yeah, with amendments. But I mean, the problem I think the problem with this is, that wouldn't be, if you amend the First Amendment, then I can just say, well, then we can just re-amend it because it was wrong of them to amend it in the first place. So
Sure. Yeah, you could re-amend it after you get power back. But if Christians actually have power, what is your actual argument against them amending the First Amendment, which is prescribed in the Constitution that they can do?
I don't have an argument that they can't do it. The First Amendment says that is something that can be done.
Should they not be able to do that?
Well, it's kind of weird because we have an establishment clause. So if they did that,
well, yeah, I mean, but we used to have a slavery clause,
then
right?
it would be.
We used to have but hang on, Mr. Peterson, we used to have a slavery clause, right? And we amended that.
Slavery clause?
Yeah, we used to be able to own slaves. That was yes.
That's not a. No, none of the first 12 amendments said you can own slaves. That's completely false. And actually,
I'm sorry.
Slavery
back up,
wasn't
hang on,
abolished.
Stop.
By the
It's not your
13th
cross-examination here.
I know.
Okay, just so that you know, though, you do realize that there were state constitutions which said you can own slaves, right?
Before secession happened,
Mm-hmm.
it specifically said that they could own slaves.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, specifically, and also, you do realize there was a 3/5 clause, right?
Yeah, black people counted as 3/5 of a person.
Mm-hmm. So all those things need to be amended, right?
Well, if the Constitution gets changed, then that becomes federal law, and then it supersedes the state constitutions.
Right. So at the federal level, if Christians went ahead and amended the First Amendment, what's the problem?
Well, I think it would be wrong because I think that's a violation of what the First Amendment says. And
yeah, but wait, that's circular. The Constitution is set up so that we can amend amendments. Yes or no?
Yeah.
So if it is the case that it's set up for us to do that, if Christians have power and you have no problem with Christians having power and they amend that amendment, what's the problem?
Because the framers of the Constitution set up the ability to amend the Constitution with respect to being able to produce a more better union, or however they say it.
Yeah, but who are you to determine what's better? Who are you to determine that?
Well,
Wouldn't it be the people who are elected? You want people to be elected by their constituency, yes or no?
Well, yeah.
Okay, and if the people who are elected by their constituency are Christians, you have no problem with that, yes or no?
No.
So then if those people who are elected by their constituency want to amend the First Amendment, that is the process that you want to be allowed to happen, right?
No, because you didn't let me.
No?
You didn't let me finish my answer.
Okay, go ahead.
Right, because the framers of the Constitution, they built that system, and there are people that said we don't want a Bill of Rights. That was the first election. That was one of the biggest issues up for that because we didn't have a Bill of Rights at first. But they did that in order to, they thought that was their way that in the future they'd be able to keep having a more functional, a better union, a better constitution, a better government. But they initially said no state government because that will that creates dysfunctional government.
Well, that's very undemocratic.
It would be in violation of
Mr. Peterson. That's undemocratic. Do you agree with me that that's not democratic? For you to say that we cannot change the First Amendment by democratic means, that's actually undemocratic, correct?
No, I don't think so.
Well, I don't understand. Is the capacity there for us to do it? Is it written into the Constitution that we can do this? And you don't have a problem with Christians being elected by their constituency?
No.
So what is your actual problem with Christians changing this if it's within the very system that you want them to change it in? Literally, your system is, I want to elect person goes in representing the constituency. All these people get together and they amend the First Amendment. That is the system that you want, right?
I don't want them to. The idea that amendments can be made means that I have to accept that the First Amendment should be amended is not a real case.
No. You don't have the should. You have the shouldn't. I want to know why it is that Christians shouldn't do that other than because you don't like it.
Because, well, it'd be a violation of the spirit of the purpose of a constitutional republic.
It doesn't sound like it.
It
sounds like the purpose of a constitution. No, it doesn't sound like it. Well, hang on.
Andrew,
how would it violate the purpose of a constitutional republic if this is the framework of the constitutional republic, sir?
Because a government is supposed to outline a constitutional republic, sets limitations, and like there are other things that like it allows for.
Yes, I agree. The constitutional republic sets limitations, and in these limitations, it says that you can amend the First Amendment.
Yep.
Yes or no?
Yeah, but you're not supposed to amend it.
So this is the system you want
to trash. No, because you're not supposed to make amendments to make the system dysfunctional. It's like saying, hey, I own an engine, right? Yeah. And I want to win the Daytona 500, right? Yeah. Okay, well, I'm going to dump a bunch of nails into my engine. You're not going to win the Daytona 500. You can't tell me I can't.
I'm going to reclaim my time.
Yeah, go ahead.
What makes that dysfunctional? What makes it dysfunctional if they got rid of the First Amendment when we have countries, by the way, which I just cited in my opening, that don't have this separation. In fact, England, they have a state church as well. Many European nations have state churches. What actually would make the nation dysfunctional? It seems like it would function just fine. The states could then ratify the amendments of their own for their own state religions. They can do that. They practically do now, like Utah. Utah's basically Mormon. Whether you like it or not, it basically is. What would actually make it dysfunctional?
So, like, you can cherry pick those countries if you want, but we have studies. High religiosity and societal dysfunction in the United States during the first decade of the 21st century of the 20th
So
century.
Then should we select?
So it can be statistically demonstrated.
Back up.
And I have a global study as well.
I only have so much time. I agree with you. You have studies, right, that say that religiosity makes you dysfunctional. How come you don't quote the studies that say high IQ make you dysfunctional? Should we start selecting for people who have a high IQ because it makes them more dysfunctional? Because it does. The higher your IQ, the more dysfunctional you get. You want studies on it? I have them in the boatloads. That's why you see people who have all sorts of issues when it comes to social behavior. The higher their IQ is, makes you totally dysfunctional. Do you want to outlaw that? No high IQ people in office?
You mean low IQ people?
No, high IQ makes you dysfunctional. High.
Oh,
yeah,
that's bizarre.
You have a really is it bizarre? The suicidality goes up. There's tons of reasons you become dysfunctional. Yes. I do want studies. I'll give them to you happily. If you have a really high IQ, you actually become more socially dysfunctional. That is the case. Why do you think they commit suicide at such high rates? Not only that. But hang on, it's my turn, bro.
I know, but you asked me a question. I was going to answer, but it's your time.
Hang on,
go for it.
I'm just going to go through this. You can't actually explain how the nation itself would become dysfunctional because we amended the First Amendment, because the constituency sent up Christians and they did that. You have to tell me how that would actually make the nation dysfunctional.
If you're asking me to tell you what, if this happened, what would specifically be the next thing, and then the next thing, and then the next thing that would happen? I mean, I can't tell you a story of something that hasn't happened, which is why we refer to studies.
So you just can't back your claim up.
No, I have studies that can back
No,
this
you have
claim
studies
up,
that
that
say
high
that
religiosity. Well, I mean, Andrew, you know that the Bible Belt
Well,
is also the
hang
teen
on.
pregnancy
Don't ask
belt,
me questions.
the
It's my
STD
turn.
belt.
My turn, bro.
Well,
It's my
it wasn't
turn.
really a
And
question.
not only that, let's just point out that also secularism has trouble with reproduction. Don't you think that it's dysfunctional if you're not reproducing? That's one. And two,
I can address that.
You still have not demonstrated. Don't address it. I'm making a statement. It's my cross-examination. You have not demonstrated how the nation would become dysfunctional because people used your system, the one that you want, to make amendments, like if the system says you can, based on their religiosity, to get rid of the First Amendment. You have not demonstrated that that would make the system dysfunctional, only claimed it, demonstrated.
So I'll talk about the low birth rates and then I'll do that.
No, don't. I don't want to hear about low birth rates. It wasn't a question I asked. It was a statement I made. Answer the question I asked you.
That seems pretty
Answer
unfair.
the question I asked you.
But you brought it up, and I
the question
feel I need to address
asked
it.
you. You can address it when you get back to your time for open debate. This is my cross-examination. Please answer the question I asked.
Okay. The second thing. Sorry, what was the second thing?
Yeah, I will just do this very quickly. Okay, just so that you very quickly. I got to reclaim my time.
Yeah.
So, the question I'm asking you, you need to be you. I mean, you have to demonstrate that it would actually be dysfunctional. That's your claim.
Yep.
I don't want to hear about demonstrations that religiosity can lead some people to become more dysfunctional. I would need to know how the nation itself is going to become dysfunctional because you get rid of the part in the First Amendment that says that Congress has to respect every establishment of religion. I need to know how does that make the nation actually dysfunctional to get rid of the establishment clause?
The studies I was referring to, they weren't talking about it wasn't about individuals. It's about the country as a, one does it by a state basis. The other does it was a more national study. But for example, I mean, I can prove that even according to you, there seems like some pretty damning information, because I'm pretty sure that you're not in favor of STDs, teen pregnancies, suicide, low life expectancy.
You haven't shown how
homicides.
any of those things. You haven't shown how any of those things would
process
suddenly go boom because you got
of
rid of the establishment clause. Like, for instance, I'll explain the contradiction. I'll explain the contradiction in terms real quick. Even if it were the case that right this second, okay, religious people, it was correlated with teen pregnancy and all of these different things. These people are free to exercise that religion now. So wouldn't it be the case if they weren't free to exercise that would actually lower those rates?
I don't know what that could possibly have been an argument for, because what you find is all those things I brought up are highest among the most religious states. So the more religious you are, the more in this country, the more teen pregnancy you have.
Yes,
the more
but if
people
Congress
get
doesn't
STDs.
have to respect the establishment of religion anymore, right? They can say that you can't practice unhealthy religions, can't they?
What?
Answer my question. Couldn't
That
they say
didn't
that?
make any sense.
What didn't make any sense? Do you want me to ask the question again? If Congress did not have to respect the establishment of religion anymore, then unhealthy religions, right, or religions they deem to be unhealthy for the nation.
For banning Christianity.
I didn't advocate for anything. When did I make any advocation for anything ever?
Just now?
I'm asking when. When was that an advocation? I'm asking you simple questions about your worldview. Do you know what the difference is?
Yes, I do.
So great. So then, where was there ever an advocacy for X from me?
Okay,
nowhere. You fucking made it up. So that aside, I'm going to ask you again. Mm-hmm. If it were the case that the establishment clause was gone, couldn't Congress then not respect religions which were unhealthy for this society? Can you answer my question, dude?
It's such a bizarre question that doesn't make any sense because the
Oh my
Establishment
God,
Clause,
what
the Establishment
is
Clause
bizarre?
doesn't ban religions. It says that Congress will not make a state religion. It doesn't say that Congress doesn't have the ability to ban religion. It says that Congress will not impose religious law onto the population.
It says the free exercise thereof. You are wrong, sir. So
Well,
yes, if you got rid of the Establishment Clause, the free exercise thereof would be gone. So
no, the Establishment Clause is not the same thing as you are allowed to practice your religion.
Yes, it is. It says the free exercise thereof. I'll read it for you, sir. Here, we'll read it. Because apparently you don't even know what it says. Okay. Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof. Do you understand? The free exercise thereof. So if you got rid of that, they could prohibit the free exercise thereof, correct?
Sure. So we would get rid of Christianity, which is the STD religion in this country.
Can we get you a medal for actually answering the question? So yes, it is indeed the case. It is indeed. Well, dude, I have to pull the answers out of you because you don't want to answer them. This is what I was talking about by bad faith. So real quick, it's bad faith. Just answer the questions, dude. So then it is the case that if Congress then no longer had to respect the free exercise of religion, they could actually go through and stop the bad behaviors of bad religions, couldn't they?
Yeah, which would be Christianity.
Okay, so do you think that there's any other religions in the United States which are worse than Christianity?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so then if Christians were in power and stopped the free exercise thereof of those religions, wouldn't that be good?
No, I don't think that would be good.
Oh, okay, so then when you say shouldn't, Christians shouldn't be in power, right?
Never said that.
That's your whole claim. Your whole claim is that Christianity shouldn't be in government.
And you completely changed it by saying Christians shouldn't be in power or Christianity shouldn't be in power. No.
You think
no, we're
what's the
absolutely
semantic
not.
distinction? What's the semantic distinction?
Because what you're talking about, Christians shouldn't be in government, means banning people that practice a certain religion from serving in government. I don't believe in that. It's them imposing
the semantic distinction between power and government. Clearly, if Christians have governmental authority, they have power. Like we're talking about the same thing. We're not talking past each other here. So the thing is, very quickly, because I only have so much time, if it is the case that Christians shouldn't be in government, but if Christians were,
that's not my claim.
Your claim isn't that okay? Christianity shouldn't be in government.
Yes.
Okay, so wait a second. So if Christians are in government, Christianity is not in government?
I address this earlier because I said if a Christian serves in government and their beliefs overlap with the current structure of the Constitution or whatever, then there's no problem with that. Because the Establishment Clause doesn't say we will ban, or we're going to do the opposite of all religions, because I mean that would just be stupid.
Help me. Okay, bro. So anytime Christians then who utilize their normative ethical authority for things like abortion in government, that's wrong? They shouldn't do that?
If they're imposing their specific religious beliefs on other people, then that's a violation of, I think that creates dysfunctional governments. That's a violation of the First Amendment. Even if you argue that we could just get rid of the First Amendment, I think history shows us that creates dysfunctional governments. And
hang on. No.
Government's not
this doesn't
supposed
make, bro,
to be
you got to back way. Okay, we got to back way up.
Real fast, just under 10 minutes remaining. I did add about a minute and a half for clarifications.
Okay, so just very quickly, Mr. Peterson, if the Supreme Court justices are Catholic, and a lot of them are now, and their interpretation, they're interpreting the law, right? They're also using, part of their interpretation is going to be their normative ethical framework, because that's how interpretation works.
Mm-hmm.
If they're using their Christian normative ethical framework, do you actually have a problem with that?
So if I had a problem with that would mean that I would just have to ban Christianity, but that doesn't actually make any sense. A Christian, we went over this earlier, anybody can believe whatever a Christian believes at the same time. So we can't just ban them from serving in government. That just wouldn't make any sense.
Then
Even
your
if,
whole proposition's destroyed. If the idea
No.
is Christianity shouldn't be in government, but Christians can go in and rule based on their normative ethics, then you don't have a claim. Your claim's just listen. I'm
If
just gonna. I'll give it to you in premises. I'm gonna give it to you in premises so that you understand, right? Christians should be allowed in government. True or false?
True.
Christians in government should be allowed to reference their normative framework when making decisions in a governmental role. True or false?
Not exactly true.
What does that mean?
Because they can believe in things that are in congruence with the Constitution and with everybody else in general, and that can happen to be something Christians believe in. They're not the only ones that believe in the golden
Yeah,
rule.
but they can
for
amend the
example.
Constitution. They can just amend the Constitution. And then if they do amend the Constitution, they can, any of their normative framework,
Yeah.
they followed your entire law.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
So then why shouldn't they be allowed to do that?
First of all, because as I've said a whole bunch of times, I think it creates dysfunctional governments. But this would also lead to potentially Andrew Wilson being subject to whatever the Pope says, because maybe that's the Christian framework we end up with, but you reject that. So according to Andrew Wilson doesn't want this to happen.
What are you talking? What kind of weird straw man nonsense is this? According
Let's
to
adopt
Andrew
it.
Wilson,
Yeah.
Andrew Wilson, he doesn't want the Pope. And what the fuck are you talking? We're talking about you and your view, not Andrew Wilson's. You had a chance to grill Andrew Wilson's view. Your view, sir, is that it's perfectly acceptable for Christians to change the Constitution if they are elected by their constituency. Yes or no?
Yeah.
Okay, so then if Christians who are elected by their constituency change the Constitution in order to allow Christian stuff, whatever you think that is, how can you possibly say that they shouldn't be able to do that when this is the proposition itself, that they shouldn't be in government, yet they should be allowed to go in and change every facet of government? That, sir, is its proposition and its negation, an actual contradiction.
Because it creates dysfunctional governments. And the other thing is, like, this is...
It's a totally functional government, dude. Totally functional. What do you mean? It's following your rules. Christian go in, they change it via an amendment, and then they rule based on the changed amendments, which is exactly what you claim we should be doing.
It's like calling fascism a functional government. It
was a functional
enacted?
government.
That doesn't mean that I accept it or that I think it's good.
Yeah, but your whole claim here is like it's dysfunctional to not allow Christians to serve in government.
Yeah,
it's actually it's dysfunctional to not allow Christians to serve in government. If Christians go into the government and serve and then amend the Constitution, which they're allowed to do because they're in government, and then change it to make a bunch of whatever Christian stuff legal that you don't like, right? They're literally following your very process. So your proposition is Christianity shouldn't be in government, but its negation is, yes, Christians should be in government and should be allowed to change the amendments in government so that, yes, they should be allowed to do this. Should be allowed to change the amendments in government. No, Christians shouldn't be allowed to change amendments in government if they're elected?
I'm just disagreeing with. I know where this is going already. That's why I'm shaking.
It's listen. It's your proposition and its negation, and I'll just give it to you again. And I really do need a response to this. The proposition is Christianity shouldn't be in government. Its negation is, okay, Christians should be allowed in government, and they should be allowed to change anything they want in government as long as they're following the rules that are there. And then when they change the rules, which is completely fine, right, for Christian-y stuff, you don't have a problem with that because that's the form of government.
I do have a problem with that because...
What's the problem?
Just because it can be done... Like, we have open elections, so it's theoretically possible that a Nazi could be elected president. That doesn't mean that I have to accept that that should happen or that it's good that it would happen.
No,
But the
no,
other
no, no, no.
thing with
Shouldn't.
this,
Wait, are you saying Nazis shouldn't be allowed in government?
technically, I don't think that that is illegal or anything.
Yeah, right. So if they shouldn't, so you're saying Nazis should be allowed in government. So if Nazis are allowed in government and then they
They
change
shouldn't
the
be
government
banned. That doesn't mean I think that they should be. It's like free speech. I think
I'm not
people
asking
should
if
be
you think
able
Nazis. I didn't ask if Nazis should be allowed in government. I asked you specific, or I'm sorry, I asked you this question specifically. Should Nazis be allowed to be in government? Allowed.
So this is, I'm not trying to give you a Weasley answer, but it's like free speech. I don't think it's good. I don't like it when the government says these are the things you should and shouldn't say, but that doesn't mean that I find it
Should
acceptable or
Nazis
that
be
it would be.
allowed to serve in government? Yes or no?
No, but I don't
No.
think that it should be illegal for a Nazi to be in the government. That's the difference.
So they should be allowed to serve in government.
If you frame it that way,
One
yeah.
more time. Should Nazis be
I
allowed
answered.
to serve in government? Yes or no?
In that framing, then
Okay,
yes,
so
I
real
don't
quick,
think it
I'm
should
going
be
to ask you
illegal.
again. I need it specifically answered. Should Nazis be allowed to serve in government? Yes or no?
It shouldn't be illegal, so yes. In that sense.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, but
Okay.
because
Okay,
I
so
don't
hang
know
on,
if you're
hang on.
trying to get me
Hang
to
on,
be
I
like,
just wanna
oh,
make sure- hang on.
Peterson
No,
likes
no,
the
I'm
idea
not
of
trying to-
Nazis
bro,
in
I'm not trying to
government,
clip
or
it. I'm
think
just
would
trying
be
to show you
good. Yeah.
that if it's the case then that Nazis who should be allowed to be in government go into the government and then change all the shit in the government to make it all Nazified, they should be allowed to do that, right? Because they're following the process of government, right?
Again, this is odd because it's like can versus should.
No, should.
I think it would be
Should.
wrong.
No,
because
stop,
we know
stop.
fascism isn't a
No,
functional
bro.
kind of government.
Listen to me. Listen to me. If you say Nazis should be allowed in government, then they should be allowed to do their job in government, right?
If they should be, then they should. Yet again, that doesn't mean that I accept whatever amendments they would do and
just
that they are
answer
good.
my question. I'm not asking you for qualifiers. I'm not interested. I just want you to actually answer the questions I ask. Should Nazis, if they're in government, do their job? Should they do their job that they were
Yeah.
put there to do? So if the constituency of a bunch of Nazis puts Nazis in the government to do the job of changing the amendments to make it more Nazi-ish, they should do that, right?
No.
No. Why not? I don't understand.
Just because
I
you can
honestly
amend
don't-
an
I
amendment
don't get
doesn't
this
mean
now.
that you
Now I'm
should
super
amend
fucking
an
confused.
amendment.
So let me get this right. I'm not asking for the normative ought of whether or not you think the amendment's good or bad. That's not, I don't care if you think the amendment good or amendment bad, only if you think that Nazis should be allowed to change the amendments to make shit more Nazi. Should they be allowed to do that? If a bunch, so in other words,
Not if you want a functional government, no.
if 2/3 of the states elected Nazis and they went to Capitol Hill, okay, and they said, hey, we want a new amendment that says there's going to be a new Third Reich, right? Somewhere. I don't know how they phrase it, okay? They should be allowed to follow the process of government. Not is the amendment good or bad? I'm not asking that should claim. Only should they be allowed to do that based on the prescription of the government that you advocate for?
I guess technically, yes. That doesn't mean
Yes.
it has my endorsement or that I
Then-
think it would be functional.
Perfect. I'm not saying you endorse it,
because-
bro.
Yeah, I
Bro,
know.
I'm not saying you endorse it.
Yeah, I know.
Listen,
There's
uh,
a
so
minute
often-
and a half remaining.
Okay, very quickly. Then this same logic would apply to Christianity. Should Christians be allowed to serve in government? Yes. Should, if they're there, should they do their job based on what their constituency wants? Yes. And if they follow all of the laws in order to make Christian stuff, they should be allowed to do that. Also, yes. The proposition is now negated. This is a performative contradiction you've been caught in, because when you say Christianity shouldn't be in government, however, Christians should be allowed to change government to make it into Christianity, you negated your own proposition.
I just don't agree on that at all.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean,
Because
logic
the
disagrees with you.
reasons that I stated Christianity shouldn't be in government are because that would make it could potentially, or could, whatever, it doesn't matter, lead to a more dysfunctional government, one that disenfranchises people.
Let me ask you one last question. Just one last question, very quickly. Should pedophiles be allowed in government?
I think most of them are, but
yeah, should they be allowed in government?
No, I don't think so. I think there are certain things, because that's a felony, I believe. So no, I don't think felons should be in
They didn't
government.
get a no. They did it when they were like, I don't know, just under the legal age or something, like 2 days before the legal age, right? And it wasn't a felony for whatever reason, right? They got away with a misdemeanor. Should they be allowed to serve in government?
Are you talking about a pedophile or somebody who got a misdemeanor?
Yeah, pedophile. Just let him answer this last question like I did him the service of doing. Should pedophiles who are only convicted of misdemeanors be allowed to serve in government?
I don't think so.
In fact, here's an easy one. Should pedophiles who just say that they're attracted to children but have never actually acted on it, should those pedophiles be allowed in government?
Sounds like a bad idea.
So no, they shouldn't be?
I don't think so.
No. Okay. So then we'll just follow the law when you want to follow the law and then not follow it when you don't want to follow it. All right. Fair enough. All right.
You didn't ask me.
I'm good.
Okay, whatever.
Okay.
Yeah, I did. I asked if they should be allowed to be in government. Should they be allowed to be in government? You can reframe the answer. Should pedophiles be allowed to be in government?
No.
No. Okay. Well, then you're just only applying the law when you choose to apply the law. Thank you.
Okay. So with the question and answers, what we'll be doing is we'll be going through questions. I got a list of questions on the YouTube. We'll go through that. Also, if you are not on the server yet, join discord.gg/politics. Once again, discord.gg/politics. And you can join the live chat and actually raise your hand and engage with them with a live question. I can set the timer for 30 minutes if you guys just want to do 30 minutes. Or if you're okay with taking more than that, we can just go by air and then we'll move into the conclusions.
Well, very quickly, Taco. I did want to say very quickly, I know that was a very aggressive cross-examination, but I don't hold any bad feelings towards you, man. Right? This is a debate. My job's to represent my worldview the best that I possibly can. And so, yeah, I'm always aggressive in cross-examination, but no hard feelings there.
No, I mean, that was by far the chillest Andrew Wilson debate that's ever taken place, I'm pretty sure. So.
Oh no. No. Go ahead.
at least that I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Cool. And once again, that's discord.gg/politics. Do you guys have any questions about how we're going to do the question and answer? If not, I'll just go over the basics with it. No. Cool. So the program here, we're going to pull people up. You guys will get a question. If you need to clarify something, that's fine. There's a lot of people that have questions, so let's try not to ask 4 questions back to back. If you want to raise your hand again later, you're welcome to, if they're willing to give us some time. Do you want me to set the timer for 30 minutes, or are you guys all right with going until whenever?
Well, I have another place I got to actually be in about 15 minutes. This went a little over what I thought I'd be, but I'm happy to stay and answer a few questions anyway.
Gotcha. So if you only have 15 minutes,
I'm preparing for a trip. I'm heading out soon.
That's fine. You can give him all do all the Andrew questions. I'll sit here and
I think it would be better to move into the conclusions then, and then we'll do that was ideally going to give you some ammo for the conclusions, right? But we can move into the conclusions, and then we'll pull up some Andrew questions, and then if you want to stick around, Eric, you can answer some questions as well. But at least that way we'll get you where you need to be on time, right? Does that sound good to both of y'all?
Yeah, I appreciate it, and thank you for giving me a little bit of leeway. I did very much enjoy the debate.
Yeah, and there was a lot of clarifying in the first one, so I wanted to make sure that we were addressing everything appropriately, right? But with that being said, we'll go ahead and move into the conclusions then. The affirmative is going to go first, so Planet Peterson, that's going to be you, and then Andrew, you'll do your conclusion after. You'll have 5 minutes for each of those, and then I'll try to pull up some Andrew questions, and then Eric, you can answer some questions as well.
Sure. There are so many things that I thought we would get into that we didn't end up getting into, and that's every debate I've ever had is kind of like that. But I think the main issue I have with the position that Christianity should be in government would come from the things I laid out before, whereas the Christian ethic is completely nebulous, and um, Christians across time, but even in the current moment, have wildly different ideas about what we should or shouldn't do. Like I brought her up earlier, but the bishop that spoke at Trump's inauguration, that's one kind of Christian ethic. Nick Fuentes has a radically different Christian ethic. And so because of all the contradictions, and then the temporal thing where Christians in the 20th century condemned Christians in the 19th century, but will in turn be condemned by Christians of the 21st century based on Christian ethic, means whatever goals you have for the government, whatever like prescriptions or whatever you want to give, I think ultimately are coming from something other than Christianity. And the other thing, I'll touch on I don't know, maybe just like one thing that I thought would get brought up just to kind of make a case on it or whatever, but I thought maybe we would be talking about birth rates or something like that. But I think all these appeals fall short, because what these typically are is arguments about, look, Christians in the world or in the population are like having more children, which is better. Well, we don't need Christianity in government in order to have that in our country. The Christians just happen to have more kids. Okay, you can be a Christian in this country. There's no mandate for be fruitful and multiply that needs to go into the government, that needs to be amended into the Constitution for that. So you don't need Christianity in government. So I just think the case is kind of weak, but that's just what I think. So that's my closing statement.
Perfect. Let me know when you're ready, and I'll start your timer.
Yeah, so I'm ready. So just very quickly to go over the closing here. We caught Mr. Peterson in a contradiction. So the proposition was Christianity shouldn't be in government, but we figure out very quickly that not only are Christians should be allowed to serve in government, but they should be allowed to follow the processes of government in order to change government to make it all Christian if they want to. They should be allowed to do that. So him saying Christianity shouldn't be allowed in government is actually negated. His own proposition gets negated by him the second he tells you that within the framework of this government, he has no problem with Christians making it a Christian government. That negates the proposition of shouldn't be able to. It's like it's absurd. It's like it's the silliest thing I've ever seen in my life. Not only that, there was a whole bunch of things that we touched on, like, for instance, we went over the fact that, hey, there's other nations which have state churches. He says, well, religiosity leads to dysfunction. Well, I guess the happiest nation, Finland, then must be real dysfunctionally happy, right? Must be really dysfunctionally happy since they have state churches. And now, to kind of give some leeway and credit to him, it does remind me of a great joke, which is, you know why it's the happiest country is because all the sad people are already off themselves because it's so cold and dark. But I just thought that was a, kind of a funny observation. But back to this, there was a ton of things. We got into the normative framework of ethics, which he brought up. I didn't even bring it up. I was keeping it on topic. I don't even think he understands what Christian ethics are, or that it's not a no true Scotsman fallacy at all. If you say, oh, those people violated this ethical purview, and here's why, based on A, B, and C, you saying that this person who self IDs as the thing violates the actual values of the thing is not a no true Scotsman fallacy. It's totally absurd. If that was the case, then anytime a secularist ever did anything wrong, we just say, well, look at what secularists do, right? It wouldn't make any sense at all. There would have to be, in utilitarian ethics, for instance, it would have to be, well, there's X amount of negative utils, and I believe in that, but I'm causing negative utils. Another person would easily point to that and say, well, then you're violating utilitarian ethics. It wouldn't be that, well, there's no true utilitarian, right? That wouldn't make any sense. It's not a no true Scotsman fallacy. He doesn't know what he's talking about. There was a whole bunch of times, in fact, like, you should stick with science, man. Maybe philosophy is not your jam, but ultimately on this, yeah, you got wrecked pretty bad. You did. I mean, you did. You got wrecked pretty bad on this one, man.
Are you
And
ceding the rest of your time? Oh,
nope. I'm going to finish up with this.
oh,
Remember, he also said Nazis should be allowed in government. Pedophiles should be allowed in government. All these people should be allowed in government, right? Christians should be allowed in government. And if any of these people make prescriptions to make the entire country more Nazi or more Christian or anything like it, it's totally fine with them. But for some reason, the government shouldn't be more blank, even though all of his prescriptions say it's perfectly acceptable for you to go in and change the country to be blank. It just makes no sense. It's crazy. Anyway, with that, I'll cede my time.
perfect. And so we'll go ahead and ask a few questions. There is. I'll avoid that one. So let's go ahead and pull some people up real fast. I'm gonna basically filter for Andrew questions initially. So D-Dan, I see you up first. You lowered your hand. Abysmo, I'm going to pull you up. If it's not an Andrew question, we'll put you back in the queue.
It's not an Andrew question. You can put me back in the queue.
Perfect. Vince, who's your question for? Oh, your mic isn't working.
I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Is
Okay, it
this
was for
an
Andrew.
Andrew question? Perfect.
Yeah. Okay. Well, pertaining to this debate specifically, I just joined in about 20 minutes ago or so. What was the topic of this debate? Because I got lost. And that's for Andrew. That's for Andrew, and that's a positive question for Andrew because I didn't understand a thing that Mr. Planet was speaking about, but maybe that's just a biased question. But that's just that was my question because I got lost, so I wasn't 100% sure.
The topic was you should have been here early enough to figure out what the topic was. That was
I apologize.
Yeah.
No, but really, I mean, I was listening to the concept about the letting Nazis be in government versus like how would that be even close to allowing Christians to be working in government? Like, was that supposed to be?
We're just checking for consistency to say if
Right.
you
Okay.
what would you
that's what I
allow or
figured,
what wouldn't you allow? Yeah, it was just a basic
Okay, cool.
consistency check. That's all.
No, loved it. That was awesome.
And he was consistent. I mean, he was consistent on that point, to be fair.
That's the craziest part. Yeah.
Yeah, it is. Anyway, have a good one, man.
Thank you, Vince. And then we've got Xanaman or Zanman. Is your question for Andrew?
Yeah, my question's for Andrew. I just want to say, fastest growing debate channel on YouTube. Shouts out. Have a good night.
All right, you too, man. Thank you.
Yeah, I watch you every day.
Well, glad to have you over. Glad to have you over on the Crucible team. You have a great night.
You too, brother. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Zanman. And then Grandpa Fiddlebone. Is this for Andrew?
Hello. Yes, this is for Andrew. Andrew, do you feel bad for your opponent after nights like this?
Nope, they deserve it.
All right. Good shit, guys.
Have a good night, man.
Thank you. And then
Come on, he's being a good sport. Like he's being a good sport. He's like laughing and chuckling and he's like trying to have a good time. Like,
if you can't laugh at yourself because you didn't even mean it, if you can't laugh at yourself, if you're that sanctimonious, then just like, oh, what a miserable life.
That's true. If you can't laugh at yourself, who can you laugh at, really?
Then 8-Bit, do you have any questions for Andrew? For a question? I can bring you back up. Looks like your mic's not working.
Well, look, I got the hard cut out basically at 11 here, guys. I really do. I gotta pack up for this tomorrow. I really do appreciate the debate very much. Taco, I think there's like 7,000 live on my end, and same to you, Mr. Peterson. if you guys want to go ahead and shout your channels out, you can go ahead and do that.
Yeah, mine's Planet Peterson, and I'm gonna keep streaming and take super chats. So Andrew, if your guys want to try to do their worst, they can come and check it out if they feel like it. But yeah, thanks for coming. I know this all started.
Let's do a round 2 with Taco moderating on the same topic, so we can get to these other things. Like, do you want to do a round 2?
Possibly. I'm gonna be flying to South Dakota next week for a while.
Yeah, I mean, like next month or something, you know.
I'm not against it. It's I can't think that far in the future. So
Okay, man. Well, no problem. Taco, thank you for hosting. Why don't you shout your YouTube channel out too?
Sure. Well, first off, everybody should join discord.gg/politics. It's a great debate server, and we were
Is
all
Doobie still in
excited.
charge over there?
Yeah, he's still the owner of it, and we
Yeah.
were all super excited to
He
have
keeps
both
on
of
telling
you
me
here
he's going to
today.
retire. Every time I talk to him, he's like, "I'm a month away from retirement." I'm like, "Shut up, Doobie. You're never going to retire, bro. Just stop." Tell Doobie that Andrew Wilson said he's coping about retirement. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
I'll let him know. But yeah, no, we're all excited to have you here today, and it was a pleasure just having you on stage and in front of everybody. I'm sure everybody's super excited. I had tons of DMs ahead of time saying how awesome you were and excited to have you here. You have lots of fans here already, but everybody should join discord.gg/politics.
You should. It's a very good place to cut your teeth when it comes to debating. I've been in there a bunch. I'm personal friends with the owner of Politics, Doobie. He's a hell of a guy. Very, very smart. He can argue any end of any position. It's very annoying to me. But yeah, you should join over there. I'll get a link down too in the clips and stuff, man, to make sure people go over and visit Politics for you. And then what about your own channel though, Taco?
Yeah. And then I was going to get there. I just wanted to plug the server, right? But I'm building a neutral debate platform. I also do some atheist content as well. But I'm getting more into the debates. It's youtube.com/@realbreakfasttacos, or you can just hit breakfast tacos atheist in the search bar and it'll pull it up pretty easily. If you type in breakfast tacos, you'll just get a bunch of how to make breakfast taco videos. And yeah. Do you have time for one more, or do you have to go?
It's got to be very quick, man.
Cool. F-bomb is your question for Andrew?
Yeah, I just, real quick, big fan, but also I wanted to ask you what your debate prep is like when you know that you're coming up on moderated debates like this.
So it's really funny because I prepped for this debate for weeks. Well, when we first knew what the proposal was, I think it was like 2 weeks, something like this. And yeah, I dove in, but I take every opponent seriously. I take every debate seriously. I don't underestimate anybody. That's how you get your ass kicked in a debate very quickly. So, yeah, I mean, I dive in, and I watched a lot of Planet Peterson. I like a lot of his style, especially when it comes to, so like, let's say some positive things, right? He has a certain style about him where he doesn't get ruffled very easily. He tends to beat up on the flat earthers a lot, which is kind of funny, right? And he tends to beat up on science deniers a lot. And he doesn't, interestingly enough, I do think he gives way too much kind of credit to psychology, which annoys me. But other than that, like for a secularist, he's all right as secularist goes. You know what I mean? I thought his arguments were kind of standard for secularist arguments across the board. I don't think he did too bad.
I lost my career because of cancel culture, which I'm against. So we should be frenemies.
Yeah. Well, I like the idea of a frenemy more than I do an enemy, right? So yeah. I have no bad blood. You'll never see any harassment from the Crucible. We just don't do that. We might fuck with you during a live stream when we're debating, but like you'll never get harassment from this crew. So I hope you guys enjoyed yourself. Thank you so much. With that, I'm going to get out of here. Have a good night, Taco.
Thank you for joining us. Have a great one.
Yeah, you too, man.
Can I?
We'll pull you back up in a minute. Hang on one moment. One of these.
I don't know what happened. can I go live on
Sorry about
OBS
that.
and StreamYard at the same time?
All right, so we've got a few questions, text questions that I'm going to go through. So this is from Jim Bob Eric. So if Christians legislated welfarism from a theological position, would it be wrong because of what informed the policy?
I would just reject their premise.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then from Philip Drew, the entailment of RMV and G religious thought from, removing religious thought from government is that you need to purposely legislate the inverse of all religious prescriptions. Christ said not to do whatever, murder, then legislate you must. Gotcha. We'll start pulling people up. We have Abismo.
Thanks, Taco. Really appreciate it, man, for handling the queue. Do I just call you Planet or can I call you Eric?
Eric's fine.
Okay, hey, what's up, Eric? I have 3 questions. First 2 are like really fast, okay? So during your cross-examination, you asked Andrew about his position on theft. Do you mind if I ask you if you believe that in the case of theft under circumstances of need, would you consider that strictly speaking theft?
Yeah, I think you could consider it theft. I mean, if I sat here and thought of like the weirdest imaginable example, I mean, if you're stealing another person's private property, then yeah, I mean, I think it would be theft. And I can see there have been laws on the books that are technically there but aren't enforced. So we can still claim that people are breaking the law but not enforce it, or we can I don't know what you call it. It wouldn't be not a pardon, because I don't think judges give pardons. But again, a pardon is not absolution of guilt. It's an admission of guilt. So the point of that, though, was to point out that there's a Christian ethic that contradicts this idea, this claim that like left-wing politics, which isn't Andrew's politics, makes at the same time. So.
Yeah, that's kind of what I set up the first question to get it clarified. Like I feel like, when it comes to the rule of law, it is what it is. So if we define it right in our system of government as theft, then it is theft, technically speaking. And then Andrew's, I think his rebuttal was that we'd give like some sort of pardon in that case working from like a Christian ethic, but you still see like a contradiction, right? I don't want to get too. He already kind of pressed the point of whether or not it was possible, or should we change the law or amendments themselves, by empowering quote unquote Christian actors or people that were appealing Christian normative ethics. My question is more geared towards like your understanding of Aquinas, because you seem to use Aquinas as like an appeal, or your understanding of what Christian ethos is. From my understanding, when Augustine is talking, the way you quoted Aquinas, what he's talking about is that, when it comes strictly to what he considers the natural law, that when someone takes something like out of need from some material property that is owned by somebody else, then it's not strictly speaking theft, because, and here Thomas Aquinas does in that same response, makes a distinction, which according to Christian ethos, or I guess Catholics in particular, are saying there's a real distinction between what we consider the natural law and divine providence, or the divine law, right? So I guess it kind of had me confused, because so I just wanted to say, do you feel like you were pulling Thomas out of context in order to make a point about Christian ethos that it works in a normative way in like systems of government?
No, I don't really think it was out of context, because if he's a Christian theologian, and even in the natural law, I have the Summa up here. I read.
Yeah, sure.
Admittedly, I didn't read the entire Summa for this, but
okay.
I looked for these and I read through, because he gives a position, he gives an objection, multiple objections, and then he gives his answer to it. And I read the part about natural law, but the things about the things he says about natural law, it only gets brought up a few times, but I mean, he inserts God in the natural order over and over again. So I don't really.
Well, in other places he might, but in that synthesis, right, his response, he does make a distinction between the natural law and divine providence there. And
Sure.
I know I'm making a clarifying point. I'm not trying to lecture or anything like that. It's just, I do come from a Christian ethos myself. So he's saying that according to the natural law, it's not strictly theft, but then he's making an appeal to God only in the interest of I guess preserving higher order of truths, right? So the full response, right, in his response is that when it comes to like material needs that someone has and someone chooses to take something from someone who has more than they do, they're putting their own life, right, over the material thing, if that makes any sense, right? So that would still be consistent with a Christian ethos, because Christian ethos does appeal to a higher order than the natural law itself, which is God. I thought it was just important to come up here, maybe clarify and ask you some clarifying questions, because I did notice throughout your debate, you were some of I guess some of your I think it's a well-grounded suspicion to have of Christian ethos and the way that, excuse me, sorry, in political discourse, on CNN, Fox, it doesn't really freaking matter, right? Why a lot of these contradictions do exist in public discourse and in rhetoric, but where your suspicion is that if there's all these contradictions, it seems like Christians themselves are appealing to something other than Christianity. I would just invite you to maybe, spend a little bit more time with Aquinas. All I can do is give you an invitation, and then maybe you'll see that when it seems like Christians not only contradict but are appealing to something other than what we might consider propositional at a level of correspondence, that at least for the Christian ethos, there is a order or a hierarchy of truths, right? There's an order of truth that's higher than what we consider propositionally, that we deal with, so to speak, and bargain with on a propositional level. So that's all I have to say, and I appreciate your time. Yep.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I've got the tab saved,
Go
so
ahead.
I'll read some more of the Summa here. It's interesting, but
Yeah, the next article is literally, right, is robbery a sin?
whether
So,
robbery may
yeah.
may be committed without sin.
Yeah. The only thing I would say is that, I think Christian judges can be the most merciful. That's all I'm saying. You know what I mean? If we're working out of a normal premise or a normative ethos, right, and normative facts that are telling us that there's a higher order than just what we humans consider as just to each other, it's not just eye for an eye.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Real
So, all right,
quick, and
thank you
then
so
we got
much.
to go on to
Yeah,
the
go
next
ahead.
person. But like what I would use,
Yeah.
I mean, I would use that against a Christian nationalist because they
Okay.
tend to be hardcore right
Yeah, I'm not-
wingers, and some
yeah.
of them are like anarchists and think that some of them are libertarians and they think all forms of property or taxation are theft. Because he literally says here, it is no robbery if princes extract from their subjects that which is due to them, even if they use violence in so doing. So it's like, look, even a Christian.
Yeah, there are objections to that. Yeah.
So anyway,
his reply to the objections, parse that out a little better. And on that point, I'm with you there. I'm not a Christian nationalist myself, so I think there's a lot more, points that we could agree on even at the secular level, and that's all I wanted to say. So
yeah.
All right, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
And then we've got Ridley.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Oh, thanks, Taco. So I just wanted to preface this real quick, Peterson, with that, like, I agree with you ostensibly on, like, your side of this, but you kind of did, like, not perform very well in this debate, like, objectively speaking. I just wanted to ask you why you think that is.
I disagree, so I'm not really sorry.
Oh, okay. I mean, fair enough.
Cool. Thank you for coming up. And then we've got Hee. And I'll pull up some of the lower ranks in a minute. I'm trying to keep it rank 4 and above initially, and then we'll pull up some lower ranks here in a moment. What's
Hey,
going
can
on?
you guys hear me? Hello?
Yeah.
Hey, so I actually think you did a pretty good job there. I'll be honest with you as well. So, my question to you though is, so it seems to be the little caught up, at least from my understanding, is that your objection in terms of the whole Christianity shouldn't be in government is very technically speaking, from legal framework and all that stuff. But my understanding is, or my question to you rather, is from a moral perspective, what's your you don't actually have an opposition to Christianity being in government?
No, I do, because I think the arc of history shows that Christianity had a much more significant influence in government in the first 150 years of this country's history, and it immiserated quite a huge number of people. So I
Okay,
do actually have an objection.
okay, but in what sense, so you would say that it immiserated people? In what sense would you say that?
Disenfranchised people, blocked them from their, you could argue, violations of privacy, like with the right to abortion, the right to privacy with regard to same-sex relationships, for example, and then the way that it grounded, the way that Christians grounded decisions to do things like impose laws against interracial marriage based on a Christian ethic, for example. Slavery was both justified on the abolitionist side and the slavers' side by Christianity. So I don't say that. I don't even know why I'm bringing it up, I guess, but I don't say that slavery was caused by Christianity, but it was certainly used to justify it. It was used to justify abolition as well. So, I mean, off the top of my head, that's what I can think of.
Okay, fair enough. But then my only qualified question would be then is how are you coming to terms to justify that your moral framework is the correct one?
I didn't say it's correct. It's completely arbitrary. It's no less arbitrary than the way a Christian proclaims that their ethic is superior. And we didn't get into this, but Andrew believes in divine command theory. And if that's the case, then anybody can just claim God told me we should do X, and then all of a sudden it becomes permissible. So, if you want to claim that, oh, well, yours is arbitrary, and I can just say, well, I think we should do X. It's yep, congratulations. Mine's arbitrary, so is yours. But here I am arbitrarily saying I would absolutely never condone action X, Y, or Z. But all it takes for you to condone those actions is to believe that the voice in your head is God telling you to do it. So it's claim victory on that if you want, but that's just ridiculous to me.
Okay, but even on your perspective, you said I would never condone that. But is this just a personal preference yourself that's making that statement, or are you appealing to some other form of moral authority, or are you
no moral authority? I'm appealing to what I would say is basic human nature and rationality. I think are how we describe and try to figure out ways to figure out how do we exist in a world that serves our interests and other people's interests in the fairest way possible, I guess.
See, but even when you go down that line right there, I can understand from, let's say, modern day speaking, when you're applying all this this form of rational thought and stuff like that. I would agree with you that in today's modern context, it's easy to come to that conclusion because society overwhelmingly. I would agree with you on that position. If we were to go back 1,000 years, 1,500 years and so forth, society overwhelmingly, because you're appealing to we, the society overwhelmingly does support. During those time periods, they were okay with slavery in many ways, right?
Yeah.
So it seems ultimately you're appealing to a form of the majority of the society, what society kind of thinks is the right thing or not, right?
No, not exactly, because being a moral relativist doesn't mean that I think that when other people throughout history said X, Y, or Z, that I think it was correct. It's that I acknowledge and accept that according to them, they're going to be able to claim that it was correct, and I don't have a way of proving to them necessarily that they're wrong, although I think you can point out contradictions in how people think and rationalize things. I'm perfectly capable of condemning whatever. That's that's how moral relativism works.
Yeah, but moral relativism, even like just from that perspective right there, is you say you would be able to understand from their perspective back then how they would be able to understand that what's it called, that slavery is morally wrong. But when it comes to the justification and all that, you really actually can't be able to justify them if they're logically consistent. Is that correct?
I didn't really quite follow that at the very end.
So ultimately, you're appealing, like when you're appealing to your as a moral relativist, when you're appealing to something being right or wrong, you have to, in many ways, it comes down to your personal preference about what this moral is, whether this moral conversation we're having, this description is good or
that
is
problem,
good or bad.
that
Right?
problem is not unique to me. It's intrinsic everywhere for everybody.
Okay, no, fair enough.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, that's all I got. Thanks for asking my question. Good job again.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you for coming up. And somebody did send in a question and didn't specify who it was for. I have a hint this might have been for Andrew, but I think you might have an interesting take on it. So, libertarians often take a sweepingly broad principle and then awkwardly attempt to derive modern specific policies from it. Do you think a Christian government would do the same thing?
You gotta say that again. That was a weird question.
Libertarians often take a sweepingly broad principle and then awkwardly attempt to derive modern specific policies from it. In your opinion, do you think a Christian government would try to do the same thing?
Yeah, I mean, because they would. Oh man, what's a like for example, a Christian could. We actually see this today, be vehemently opposed to abortion because they think all life is sacred, but at the same time accept IVF. But there are many Christians who say, no, IVF is literally the destruction of many human lives. IVF is equally as evil as abortion. And that's taking the initial claim that, all life is sacred, even a fertilized egg is a human life, whatever, and then making these broad generalizations, but it leads to conundrums like that.
Gotcha. And we'll get to some more text questions here in a little bit. There's a lot of hands up for you. You have a lot of people wanting to chat with you. So I'm just going to go in order from here.
Yeah.
Emma Hunter. What's up, Peter?
I just want to say, I really want to try to keep it to one question. It's not an interrogation, not a cross-examination, because there's so many people.
Okay.
So let's do one question each.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay. Nice to meet you, gents. I understand I have one question, and I do apologize. It is a bit of a loaded one, since I only have one. So, my question to you, Mr. Peterson, do you think that Christianity was involved in the founding of this country and is in the government currently? If so, why would you class it as a nebulous, given the country has been around for roughly 250 years?
Well, there are thousands of denominations of Christianity. That's the nebulous aspect of it. Do I think Christianity or Christian influence was present at the beginning, like the inception of this country? No, not exactly.
The foundation.
The foundation of this country. No, not exactly. I mean, you kind of have to just say that I understand and I agree that people like John Locke and what the hell's wrong with me? I can't think of any Enlightenment thinkers other than John Locke off the top of my head. But they happen to be Christians, right? And they were the main influence for the drafters of the Constitution and the Bill of Rights and the Declaration of Independence. But I separate those ideas. People just claim that is Christian ethics. And there are also all these idiotic lies that people like Charlie Kirk tell, like, oh, did you know the Bible was actually the most quoted document when writing the Constitution? That's 100% false, right? So to me, the thorny issue is separating things that Christians say from, oh, that means it was done by Christianity. And I just don't give Christianity the lion's share of the credit. But also, it's not like, even if they happen to be a Christian, that doesn't mean that it's from Christianity necessarily either, because anybody can believe in the Golden Rule or whatever else.
Okay. Well, I guess since that's my only question, I'll leave that there. Next time we have another one of these, I have a full list of questions if we can get to them.
Yeah, I mean, I have a Discord. You can get in contact with me there, or my email's on my YouTube page as well. I try to talk to people as much as I can.
Alrighty.
See ya.
Thank you. And I'm hoping next time we can get the so the goal with the Q&A was actually to provide both of you some ammunition for the conclusions, right?
Yeah.
And then we've got Stark.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, so kind of talking about the debate. Most Christian apologists and stuff usually come from a place where the Bible is inherent and it's univocal. So drawing this back to my question, basing when we know this and they appeal to a Bible and a God, that's where they get their ethics from, and they try to apply that into the Constitution and law. I'm not really understanding where the debate went. So what I'm trying to ask you, Planet, was, were you trying to say that how do I word this? Because he's Christian, he has to adhere to certain ethics and certain views. So therefore, you don't think Christianity works because they'd have to appeal to certain views that might be illogical, like slavery or owning women or something.
Well, my main...
So I'm not...
Oh, sorry.
Okay, go for it.
My main thing was, I know Andrew Wilson's politics fairly well, and what I tried to set up for this was being able to demonstrate that Christianity has a very long tradition, and even, I can friggin' quote Jesus, and demonstrate that, Andrew, your political ideas, that you may find Christians that have these, but there's a huge tradition of almost the exact opposite of what you believe in, being part of the Christian ethic. So when you try to say that, because Andrew wants Christianity in government because there are things, and I didn't get to ask him this question. I wanted to ask him, what is it that our government is doing a bad job of that you think Christianity could fix? But the main point was, because Christianity is on both sides of that, ultimately, I think you have to appeal to something else. So according to Andrew, it doesn't even necessarily have to be Christianity.
But also you'd have to be appealing to all the other doctrine that comes with it. Like, you can't just pick and choose when to drop your theology and stuff. Like, by saying and claiming that slavery is immoral, you're adherently going against the Bible. So you can't just like pick and choose what to use from everything is arbitrary whenever you're doing this. So I'm not really sure on, I'll make this quick because I want other people to go. So getting back to the topic, that's why I was like kind of lost, because you set it up in a place where people believe in equality, et cetera, and then we went into Christians being in the government equals I win. I don't know.
I don't know what his. I mean, I tried to address that because my whole point is governments are normative frameworks.
Exactly.
I think my car analogy was good. It's like, look, let's say you want to win the Daytona 500, and one person says, "Yeah, I'm going to throw nails into my engine." You're not going to win the Daytona 500. Yeah, but I own the car. I'm allowed to do that. So are you saying I shouldn't do that? You can do whatever you want, but you're not going to win the Daytona 500.
And then the last thing I wanted to say, when he called wealth distribution like the basic economic principles, when he said that's normative, like I just face palmed and I was just like, I already know where this is going to go. But anyways, you did pretty good. It just got a little bit off topic in my opinion. So I'll let other people go. Sure. Have a good night.
Thanks.
Thank you, Stark.
I mean, I wouldn't give myself an A, but doing okay.
And we've got Duck McStuff.
Duck McStuff. I like it.
I disable his video just to be safe. Right click him and disable the video. Oh, he did it.
Can you still see me? My Discord app just closed.
We can hear you, but we can't see you.
Okay.
Eric, I'd hit disable video real quick. We have a mod in the audience. I don't know. This is a scary one.
Oh, no, yeah, no worries. Taco, good to see you. We spoke briefly yesterday. Planet Peterson, thank you for your debate. I'll be very brief. I have a softball question. So in light of this being a softball question, hopefully you can answer as if, Andrew Wilson or a suitable opponent was also next to you, and that sort of quality of answer. So very briefly, do you have an opinion on whether or not political rights are normative or descriptive, right? Like, should normal people, should we see a certain value or prestige in our ability to have political rights as a nation? Thank you.
Well, I don't know. I feel like the answer is yes, and I think it's kind of obvious because a nation has to have an identity, and the politics is how you choose to structure society and engage and participate in it. So I think that's part of national pride, is that very idea that you're talking about. And like it's weird, the idea to think of like the government and the Constitution like being a point of political pride, but I think it absolutely is, and I think it should be. We have a political system. We were the first
So, like,
secular republic in the history of the world, and people have copied us.
Do you mean like nationalism or by national pride? Sorry to interject.
Yeah, you can call it nationalism. I don't find that intrinsically to be a dirty word. It's used by people that I disagree with fundamentally on quite a lot of things, but whatever, just call it patriotism. It means the same thing.
Right, yeah, that was my only question. Thank you so much for your time.
Okay. Taco, I'm going to get water. It's only going to take me like
no rush.
seconds.
I get it. We've been sitting down forever. We'll go ahead and pull up Bick next.
Hello.
Hey, I can hear you. Eric will be right back.
Alrighty.
Everybody in the YouTubes, make sure that you're joining discord.gg/politics. Once again, that's discord.gg/politics. And if you're in the audience here, make sure that you subscribe to Planet Peterson on YouTube. Also, I have a pretty awesome YouTube where I'm hosting these debates, so make sure you subscribe as well. YouTube.com/@realbreakfasttacos. So subscribe to both of us because we're both awesome. And then also, anybody that's not in the Discords, make sure you join because there's lots of great conversations, lots of great debates. Sorry, I was just plugging everything while you were walking away.
Oh, yeah. Bick, what's up?
Just want to say, man, love your content and keep it up, dude. That's it.
Oh, thank you very much.
Thank you, Bick. Then we've got Damn Daniel Fax.
Hello.
Hi.
Okay, I wanted some clarification, and I think this is basing off of what Andrew was talking about. So I'm just going to walk through it. So if you have constituents and they elect a Christian representative who says, I have these beliefs because of my Christian background, influenced by all of the ethics of Christianity, they go follow all the rules of government to get elected. They go in, enact, enforce, judge laws that follow their Christian beliefs and that their constituents approve of. That's fine, but somehow Christianity shouldn't be involved in government.
It's fine as long as they're not violating the Constitution.
So, again, from the title that I saw, it was Christianity should not be involved in government.
Yes, which is not the same as Christians shouldn't be involved in government. And yes, Christians say, I'm doing this because I believe in, I'm grounding this in my faith or whatever. As long as it's in line with the Constitution, then I don't see any problem, and I don't think it's a contradiction. I mean, I could just reject their premise. Like, yeah, I mean, you say that, but that's not really the case.
I just don't understand how it can be separated, because if Christianity influences the decisions of the constituents and the representative, and they use those ethics to enact, enforce, judge the laws that
Yeah.
apply to all the constituents and all the representatives and all the nation. How can you separate the Christianity from the government?
Because if it's, I don't know really what else to say other than if it's not violating the Constitution, then I don't see any problem in this, because we don't have what the First Amendment also does is we don't have political tests for holding office. The original states did that. There were states that said you can only be a Protestant and be a member or whatever. And I think that's wrong. So you'd have to, this isn't just me. I mean, you're saying that the First Amendment is literally a contradiction, because it both says that we cannot establish a religion or enforce the laws based on a religion, and that anybody of any sort of creed can be in government. So I don't really know how else to make the point, but I just don't see it as a contradiction or a problem.
I don't know. Yeah, I guess I just find it strange, because I don't see any way that you can ever separate what all the constituents want and what the representative wants if those are influenced by Christianity, and that's what causes them to enact what they want.
I know we're not supposed to do this, but can I ask you a couple of questions here?
Sure.
Do you think we should be a theocracy?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, then never mind. Because if you would have said no, then I would have had different questions. So, do you think the First Amendment, as it is written, should be abolished?
First Amendment, as it is written. Well, as a Christian, I think that the only correct religion is Christianity. Like, that's just fundamental. If I believe that my God is true and the absolute truth, then why would I believe anything else is correct?
Yeah.
So,
then
sense,
privately
yes,
believe that, but you can let government be whatever it is. Bible says you're supposed to obey your governments too.
Yeah, but if I'm a Christian, why would I want to be in a government that is not representative of Christianity?
Because the country allows you to practice your religion. You would only want to do that if you want to impose your religion on other people, which that's a completely separate issue. But it's a cool conversation, but we're supposed to try to get to a whole bunch of other people. So
yeah, I know,
sorry.
But it's just like the thing I have is that while I agree that Christianity is the absolute religion, I can understand why people have the religions they do, and I think that it shouldn't be like, unilaterally forced down upon them that they follow these religions. That's why we have these different nations that people follow. But I think when you get to the point where it's multiple people in the same country having different religions, that's when things start to have problems, because you have, I'm sure you've heard the transcendental argument for God over and over, and how that can differ from people who have polytheistic beliefs, and how that the question of what moral relativism is, what is moral superiority, you have these differences where it's like, take abortion, for example. If you have Christianity says no murder whatsoever, and abortion is murder, then how can you argue with somebody who says, well, actually, we're doing it because it brings the mother more happiness than if the baby was not terminated?
Sorry, I heard you, but I wasn't really prepping a response because we're supposed to try to get to all the other people.
It's just,
but
I think my view is just that
ready to move
it's
on then?
difficult to have different religions, different worldviews in a single government. But yeah, thank you.
Damn Daniel. Appreciate your time.
Yeah.
All right. Agorex.
Hi.
What's going on?
Well, first of all, Eric, big fan. Never miss one of your videos, or almost never. I think you did pretty well in this debate. I think you did a very good job dismantling Andrew's arguments and showing his double standard. And now for my question. It's related to the question that Andrew made for you about letting pedophiles or Nazis get into government. I think you explained it with your analogy for the Christian whether Christians can amend the First Amendment, your analogy of the motor, I think this sort of explained it, but I wanted to clarify. Do you mean they shouldn't be voted, they shouldn't be allowed into government as in you don't think people should vote for them, or as in they shouldn't be allowed legally to be in government?
Well, you're kind of asking me, is it a personal question or a question of kind of a question of principle? And which is what those Nazi questions were, I think, designed to try to do. In principle, anybody who is of any religion should be able to run for Congress, I think, or whatever. I mean, could there be the most bizarre example, like if somebody declared, they went on a website and got a certificate and said, hey, I created my own religion and my religion has one belief, death to the United States. And it's like, okay, well, maybe you could be categorized as a terrorist and then you wouldn't be able to, right? Like the Mormon Church lost its tax exempt. This is different, but it lost its tax exempt status because it was classified as a hate group, right? That didn't mean that people who were Mormons couldn't run for government. I don't think, anyways. But so, anyways, I just in principle, no, I don't think it should be illegal.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify because I feel Andrew wasn't doing a very good job in identifying the difference. So yeah, that was just it.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then we have Mishi9898.
Hello. Question, has our understanding of evolution changed and will it change in the future? And if so, why would a change in our understanding of Christian ethics be in any way problematic?
Well, if you hold the position that the ethic that you possess is objective and absolute, then that means that it doesn't actually change with the times. What that would be indicative of is people retroactively sort of grounding whatever their personal preferences are in a separate belief. I mean, we know that people do that. That's been known for quite a long time now at this point.
Yes, but it's a difference if the understanding changes or the actual ethics behind it. So if ethics are objective, then they don't change and just our understanding changes. And if you hold the view that it's basically the same as understanding of reality, then it doesn't change.
Taco, can you rephrase that? Because I didn't understand like what I'm supposed to be addressing there at all.
You want to restate that, Mishi?
Do you or Taco? Do you understand it, or am I like I'm asking you? Am I stupid, or did that not make a lot of sense?
That's what I was asking him to rephrase it.
Reality doesn't change. We agree, but our understanding of reality changes if scientific advances, if scientific understanding advances. We agree so far.
I mean, I reject that reality doesn't change. I mean, I used to not exist. The laws of nature appear to be fixed where we happen to exist. So in that sense, it doesn't change.
So the laws of nature are constant.
What does this have to do with the topic of the debate?
Because the Christian understanding is that ethics are constant and don't change, and only our understanding of them can change.
Sure, but then you would never have the correct ethic because it'll just be different thousands of years from now. So, if that's the attitude of the ethic, then there aren't any specific prescriptive claims within it. If the ethic is that the ethic changes, then it doesn't stand for anything in particular.
Yes, but then in science, our description of reality
We're
changes.
not talking about science, so I don't know. We've been on this for a few minutes already.
All right, thank you, Mishi. And then we've got Torque Bow. There are several text questions still too, but I'll get to those after the live questions.
Hello. Can y'all hear me okay?
Yep.
Awesome. Thank you. And I appreciate you doing this, Mr. Peterson. It was a lovely debate. You did a great job. I maybe missed it. I missed the first 20 minutes of the debate, so I'm not sure if I missed if there were any terms defined or anything like that. However, towards the end of it, Andrew seemed to be muddying the waters a little bit. And I just wanted to ask Mr. Peterson, do you think he was purposefully conflating terms, using should to mean like numerous different things in numerous different questions? Because that's what it seemed like he was doing to me anyway.
I tried to ask him that because I kept being like, look, it sounds like, and I don't think he was doing it in an attempt to make me look bad, because it's like, if you believe in the First Amendment, then that means you believe that a Nazi should be able to be on Twitter, you know? Or that the government can't make it illegal. Twitter can decide wherever they want, but the government can't say it's illegal. And that makes you, like, being principled means you have to take positions that you find disgusting. But that's because if I just simply say, well, in this one case, there should be an exception, then somebody in power later can be like, oh yeah, well, we deem you to be of that matter. So now you don't have rights that you used to have. And it's like, wait, what the fuck? So I felt like the conflation of should, as in like, would I think that's good? Am I conceding the debate, is completely different from in principle, is this part of the framework that is allowed to take place? I can still reject it on the normative claims of how a constitutional republic is structured to work. And the whole purpose of the Constitution and the amendments is to create a country that functions properly, but amending that would cause it to be in dysfunction. So it's normatively just false. So
yeah, I completely agree, and I think that's what he was trying to kind of almost pin you on by bringing up like the Nazis and the pedophiles and things like that. And I think you navigated it as well as you could. Though I don't
be careful
know
with the P word.
It on purpose. It just seems kind of purposely confusing though.
P word.
But yeah, you did a great job. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not talking about you. Never mind. And then Galadrim.
Okay.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Hey, yeah, I think you did pretty well in debate. And you guys might have just touched on my question, but I feel like towards his cross-examination, he kind of mixed up the use of should versus can.
Yeah.
Like his whole argument seemed to be that Christians can theoretically get enough power to, take over everything, change everything to their beliefs. But the question was whether they should or not. Did he ever give one reason why Christians should get involved in government and do those things?
No, I kind of wanted to talk about that if we during my cross-examination, it was one of the things I wanted to ask him, which is, what is the government not doing a good job of that you think it should, you know? But I mean, yeah, so I don't know.
Yeah, I think that was the only thing that was frustrating to me watching. Like, I think we could have maybe touched on that more. Like,
you know
what
what's
specifically
crazy?
should happen in your scenario? You
During his entire cross-examination, he only asked me 2 questions the whole time. I thought that was kind of wild. I was ready for a slew of all kinds of things, but we literally only talked about 2 things.
Yeah, and he kind of switched it up to where he was focusing on whether Christians can be in government or should be in government rather than Christianity as a whole.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was kind of interesting, but that's all I want to say. But good content, man.
Thank you, Galadrim. And then Jim Bob was asking again, if you disagree with forcing your beliefs onto people using force, why do you make an exception for rights? Rights are belief, correct?
What?
If you disagree with forcing your beliefs onto people using force, why do you make an exception for rights?
Because the whole point of not forcing your beliefs onto others is that insofar as it takes away their rights. Like, you can't say, like, this is like the stupidest thing ever with I'm not calling Jim Bob stupid or anything, but like 2 anarchists arguing that the government has no right to exist, or something like that. Or an anarchist talking to somebody like me, or like, you don't have the right to tell me blank. And I'm like, okay, you don't have the right to tell me that I can't tell you. So according to you, I can do this. And then it just becomes a matter of might makes right. Who has the authority to make good on their stance, position, claim, or whatever. And then you'd have to go read Thomas Hobbes's Leviathan and look at the political idea behind the monopolization on force in a government and how that produces a more functional society, I guess.
Gotcha. And then we've got 8-bit.
You hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes, we can.
Okay, because Pipewire crashed last time. So none of my microphones worked. I tried them all, but anyway, they just weren't recognized for a reason. Anyway, let's see. Regarding his him bringing up the whole, should Nazis be allowed in government, that kind of thing, like, crap, I forget where I was going. Like, doesn't that kind of point to maybe, like, if that's allowed to happen, doesn't that kind of point to government in, at least this government in this sense, being illegitimate?
Okay, so we could theoretically use the Constitution to turn ourselves into a fascist state, therefore the government's kind of illegitimate or whatever.
Right.
I mean, this is a good question. What I would say is, you could potentially, like, for example, I said this earlier, like, if you are, if you're a felon, you can't run for government. If a particular ideology is classified as a state sponsor of terrorism or something like that, then they wouldn't be able to. So, like, in principle, we could classify this as that, but it's an extremely thorny issue because, for example, somebody can just say, like, if you say that you think the Israeli war on Gaza has been carried out in a grotesque sort of way and that war crimes have been committed, our government has now decided that they can call you a terrorist for that. So they could claim that you're a Nazi for that. And then all of a sudden, all these horrible things start happening. So this is a discussion that is very broad in the context of the First Amendment in general, not just with respect to this. And yeah, I mean, this is hard. I mean, at the end of the day, you're going to have to, in some sort of weird way, almost arbitrarily just declare, well, this is how we, from the lens of we're trying to make and understand or whatever this to be the best functional system we can have. These are the limitations we impose, but we broadly allow for general expressions and freedoms here. But you're always going to end up with option A sucks and option B sucks a little bit worse. So which one do we go with, I guess?
Right. My kind of underlying point is like that the government can be infiltrated and usurped and turned into some sort of dictatorship. That's kind of my point.
Yeah, but I mean, it also contains within it the means to undo that. So, I mean,
once it kind of gets turned into a dictatorship, it's kind of hard to vote your way out of it because it's not like you can really vote,
Well, honestly, from a historical perspective, when people are subjugated and immiserated like that, then revolution is almost inevitable. And then I think it's actually more likely to be restored to a normal state than it is to get into that insane broken state in the first place. I think it would very much, like, let's say it happens this election. Okay, well, it took 248 years or whatever it's been for our country to turn into that. I think it would revert very quickly in less than 200 something years. So I don't know. That's my answer, I guess.
It's 250-year anniversary, really 2 years away?
Yeah, it is 1776. So 20. Yeah.
Oh, damn. Let's see. Well, I don't want to take up too much time. So can I make you a couple of book recommendations?
Yeah.
They're really short. They'll take like an hour each to read, and you can download them for free from the Mises Institute website. You can also find audiobooks to listen to them on YouTube as well.
Yep. What are
for
they?
free. Anatomy of the State by Murray Rothbard, and the Private Production of Defense by Hans Hermann Hoppe, and you can get them from the Mises Institute website. So.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Yep.
Thank you for coming up.
Somehow. All right.
Then we've got Zenmo.
Hi, thanks. Atheist here. Thought you did a really good job and you're really smart. If Taco's going to allow it, I'll ask a quick either or question.
Sure.
And there, share an observation about why I think you lost the debate. Did you frame the thesis Christianity doesn't belong in government, or was that Andrew?
Oh, geez. The original thing was supposed to be should Christianity be in government? And then Andrew wanted it to be should secularism be in government? And I said no, because I accepted a tentative debate that was supposed to be on the specific subject of should Christianity be in government. And then we agreed that it would be Christianity shouldn't be in government. And I was like whatever. Okay. So he kind of set the terms, changed the original thing, but we did make a compromise. So it was kind of a win-win.
Yeah. Functionally, I think, in logic, philosophy, and law, order of operations matters. And I think the reason you ultimately, in my opinion, lost the debate is because the assumption that the claim Christianity doesn't belong in government versus a claim like government shouldn't be influenced by Christian ethics, like those aren't functionally identical. Like the first is a descriptive claim, which can be easily dismissed. Replace Christianity with anything, and you can dismiss that claim. The second is more normative. It has actual argumentative weight. And so I feel like the order of operations of government being after Christianity there kind of put the cart before the horse and allowed him to, sidestep the real meat of the debate that you were hoping to get to. And that's just an observation. If you disagree, that's fine.
It's not even that I disagree. I would have to, you're galaxy braining me. I'd have to think a lot more hard about what the kind of like broader point or whatever that you're trying to make is. But whatever, I accept whatever criticism. I'll accept. Like people
I think
get
you
to
did
vote.
a really good job.
Peterson lost, so like
no,
whatever.
I'm
That's
gonna,
what people think.
I'm gonna
That's
hope,
what people think.
I'll hope to see you more soon, and good luck in the next one.
Thanks.
Thank you for coming up. And then we've got JVL. I think that was good advice for both of us for titling debates too, or for coming up with debate topics too, because obvious reasons. Allows you to be a little bit more focused on the topic.
Oh, sorry guys, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So, hi Eric. I'm actually a listener from Japan, so yeah, I'm
Very
really, yeah. Thanks for your work, and so I was about to, I wanted to touch on. Sorry for my English. I'm French, so I have an accent, but I wanted to touch on the fact that he was making the point that Finnish people were happy because the church was like state related or something. The reality in Europe is that most European countries have that because of our history. And most European countries are still monarchies in some way. We have prime ministers who are still monarchies. Even in France, we killed our king, but there are still churches that are state funded because it's the culture there. So it has nothing to do with the reason why Finnish people are happy is because of the social democratic policies that they're happy. So he's actually making a case against capitalism, which he calls himself a very capitalistic person, and for social democracy. He's not making a case for Christianity because there is no correlation there. Nothing proves that Finnish people are happy because of Christianity in the country. There are many countries that have Christianity, a lot of Christians in the government, and they're not very happy. So I think I don't know if you didn't pick up on that. That's why I wanted to ask. Did you like know that he was? That was kind of like the main argument that he was.
Yeah, the thing about Christians being happier, this is very hard to. There are problems with those claims and even studies because you may have an attribution error. Like, for example, let's say in the United States, let's roll the clock backwards before there were equal protections for gay people, before they could get married, for example, and whatever else. You could look at the United States and be like, there's a lot of unhappiness in the United States. But then if you looked closer, you could see, hey, wait a minute, the Christians, though, are happy. It's everybody else that's unhappy. But the problem with that is that may actually be because the Christian dominant culture is imposing its will on everybody else. So it's not that Christianity is making them happy, it's making everybody else unhappy. Now, it's not my claim that that is what's going on, although I think that's a big part of it. It historically has been in parts of the world and continues to be in some other parts of the world. But attribution errors like that, which are just, it's kind of like a false cause, or whatever, correlation doesn't equal causation or whatever. That may be one of the underlying things as well. But yeah, I mean, there's lots of other stuff like social safety nets that those countries have too.
Yeah, exactly. Like personally, like having grown up in France and having been to those places, like I don't think, like I grew up Catholic. I went to a Catholic school, and I was actually going to become a priest. You know, like I went to a seminary and stuff. Yeah, actually. So like I know those things, and I know that from someone who came from religion and had that journey up until now, I've become an atheist. I know that Christianity doesn't make you, like, it's not the religion. If you live in a country where you have all those safety nets, you're going to be de facto happier. You know, like it has nothing to do with religion. So I see a lot of times they make those arguments. Like, for example, I think you haven't been able to touch on that, the birth rate stuff. That's why I wanted to ask you, because I think he didn't give you the opportunity to tackle that issue as well.
Yeah. Well.
So, yeah. Well. I mean, I've watched Andrew, and usually it's just cultures and blood sport. It's not about making good faith arguments.
Yeah, this debate went so much better than I anticipated it going. I thought it would be a shit show, but whatever.
Because usually I see him on whatever podcast, and he's shitting on girls and calling them names and stuff, and I'm like, dude, like you're almost 40.
Let's in the
but anyways,
that's something you can talk about. Yeah. Let's avoid insulting either party as this is, we're trying to do a neutral debate, right?
Yeah.
I know it's kind of
I kind of
Eric at this point, but
yeah, but about the birth rate thing, can you touch on that a little bit? Or
oh yeah, I'll make some quick comments, and then we got to go to other people.
Okay.
Okay. So there's a few things like with birth rates or whatever. So it may be the case that Christian populations end up doing good things for society, like they have more children than other people do. The replacement rate is, I talked about this in my closing statement, but that's not an argument that they should be in government. Like, for example, I think capitalism is good and it produces growth and high function for a society, but that's not an argument that the government should be privatized, right? And then something really interesting with birth rates, I have some of the, like I have this document here that I was with some links or whatever. But what's really interesting is something we have to keep in mind is that we don't live at the end of history. We live in the middle of history. It is true that currently in the United States, the more religious states have the higher birth rate. But if you actually look at it over time, over the last 20 years or whatever, the most religious states have seen some of the highest drop in fertility rate. So we won't know this for a long time, but it may very well be the case in decades that the more religious states have actually passed the less religious states in birth rate, which would mean that, well, maybe it's not actually the Christianity that's making this happen. Because the only thing it's grounded in is be fruitful and multiply. I was like, okay, well, like I don't think Christians are meta aware of that and thinking about that and just being like, let's get it on all the time. I think that's kind of silly. But anyways, we'll have to move on. Thank you, JVL.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, JVL. Then we've got 50. I guess I'll pull Joseph.
Yeah, maybe they're not there.
So I'm sorry. I forgot I had to accept the mic. So I wonder if Daniel is aware of the Pilgrim's reason for leaving England. And I have a more of a comment you could reflect on instead of a question. Did you notice Andrew kept saying in his closing statement that you stated you'd allow pedophiles in government when you never said that? I believe he made the comment 3 times in his closing statement.
Yeah, something like that. He was trying to do a weird gotcha. I don't know. Like if it was misdemeanor, like if they were 17 and they had a girlfriend who was 14 at the time and they got a misdemeanor charge in there, then should they be blocked? And it's like, maybe that would be okay. I don't know. That's not. I don't know. So.
Yeah, I'll just go on record as a blanket no for that one for myself. I think that's one we could do without.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I've never thought about that before, so.
That's all I had, though.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, 50.
My water.
I'll pull Joseph back up. And then there's some text questions for you still, so we'll get those after Joseph. And then if you want to take second ones from 8-Bit and Duck, we can. I don't know how much time. You've been here a long time. Thank you.
Yeah, 3 hours. Yeah.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Hey, Peterson. Thanks for taking my question. So I guess my main question here is you said that they should be allowed to do it, but you don't want them. Is that correct?
I don't know exactly what you mean. I'm acknowledging that.
Go ahead.
Because I don't know what you mean by they shouldn't. The Constitution has a framework where amendments to amendments can be made, but that wasn't done with the intent of, like, if you do that and then you screw up the government, then I don't think that's no kind of righteous claim. It's no kind of gotcha that you can make, because it violates the purpose, the function of a constitutional republic.
Sure. I mean, I'm just speaking on kind of what you think. So you're saying that you don't want them, you don't want a Christian government, but we should allow Christians to do it if they use the system the way the system exists. Is that right?
I didn't quite follow. I don't think they should, but the system allows for that kind of thing to potentially happen. Like a lying serial molester can run for president, and he did, and he won. He's in office right now. Like, it can happen. I don't think it should happen, but it can happen.
Right. So it can happen, just like how you described Trump. I'm not asking if Christians can get into government. Clearly they can. I understand that. So you're saying we shouldn't have them in government, or we shouldn't have a Christian government. Is that right?
Yeah, according to the Constitution, we shouldn't, and according to the Bible, we shouldn't.
Well, I'm asking, what, according to Peterson, are you just going to defer to the Constitution for your odds?
Those are my reasons.
Okay, fine. And then the reason you gave in the debate, correct me if I'm wrong, but you said it's because they were dysfunctional. Is that the main thrust of your reasoning?
It causes dysfunctional governments, yes, and even according to the Christian, this wouldn't work because there are thousands of denominations of Christianity, And now what if all of a sudden the Protestants, like the United States, we become a Catholic country, and when the Pope makes a declaration, that becomes the law for Protestants or something like that. Like a Protestant is not allowed. It's blasphemy to be a Protestant because we're a Catholic country. And if you deny whatever tenet or of Catholicism that Protestants reject, well, now that's blasphemy and you're going to jail for that. According to a Christian, Christianity and government would be terrible. I just don't think people have much foresight into how that would be used against them. So that's the contradictory nature of the position that I was trying to point out.
Sure. I understand that. In a hypothetical where they were all on the same page, would you have the same critique still?
So, like, if somehow we created a country that was functional and happy, and every single person was the exact same denomination, which would mean we'd have to either completely bar immigration into this country or whatever, then would that be wrong? That's weird. It's I don't know what to say to that. I don't want to give a Weasley answer like that's an impossible hypothetical, but the course of history shows that that just absolutely never has worked, and conceivably how could it ever possibly work? So the thing about this, like, I could concede that very weird thing, but that would just be that's not the world we live in, and we have the system we do because of a recognition of the actual world we live in. So, like, if that could somehow be the case, then I would say, okay, but that's just not reality.
Okay, cool. That's what my main question was, is like when you're saying that your main issue with it is the dysfunction of it, and then I ask you, well, what if they were all on the same page? Then you would buy into it. That's your main issue.
Yeah, but I think that hypothetical is like, it's kind of a cute gotcha, but it's just not
I'm just curious, man.
So, yeah.
I appreciate it. Thanks for taking my question. I'm going to drop down. Thanks again, Tacos, for you too. Bye.
Hey, thank you for coming up. And then there are a lot of text questions. Unfortunately, we weren't able to get to Andrew's on there, but so Brett Boyle was asking, do people genuinely believe that conversations in the panel verse are going to solve thousands of years old philosophic and theological debates?
So politics is how we structure society, and individuals participate in politics, and individuals gain their perspectives and their ideas by engaging with those ideas with other people in the public square. This is part of the new public square now in the 21st century. So you're literally just, like, if we adopt this, then you're just literally saying, why don't we actually do nothing and never think about anything and be an uninformed, stupid republic? Well, because we are the ones that put our representatives in place, it would actually be irresponsible of us to do that. So yes, I do get the idea that, all right, I do in a sense accept that nothing that happened here we won't be able to pinpoint any change in the world that happened because of this. But if we take to the logical conclusion the criticism, then that means the complete disparticipation, I don't know if that's a word, of civics, which is the end of civilization, which is a stupid thing to say. So,
gotcha. And then I think this was for Andrew, but I think you'll have a funny response to it, so I think it's still a good one. Why did the President of the United States release his own Trump Bible that has missing pages from the foundational documents? Yeah.
Oh, interesting. To perpetuate his agenda and make money. So why were there slave Bibles with ideas about emancipation taken out from them? To try to control people and push an agenda.
And then Alejandro, and sorry I couldn't see your name. I think it's John Anderson, but it's hidden. Your name is hidden, but it looks like it's John Anderson from what I can see. And then Alejandro Vallejo said, "Hey Eric, I think Andrew is struggling with the difference between thinking Christians shouldn't be allowed to amend the First Amendment and forcibly or illegally preventing them from amending it."
Yeah, I mean that sounds about right.
Then Abismo asked, I have a question about, oh, he didn't clarify anything besides that. Then another question from Alejandro. Eric, the PDF question made me almost certain he's just commenting.
That question. That's the P word. Okay.
And then, yeah, YouTube doesn't really like it. And then Clay Manning. Hey, Planet Peterson, do you feel like Andrew mixed up the use of should and can during his cross-examination? Because just because someone can do something doesn't mean they should.
Yeah, we've gone over this multiple times now. That seemed to be what was happening, yeah. I don't have to endorse it just because it's hypothetically possible.
And then, are you a true atheist, or is it just a convenient position so you don't have to defend your own beliefs?
Let me presuppose that my beliefs are the only correct beliefs. And that's the spirit of that question. No, I'm an atheist because nobody's ever given me sufficient reason to believe in God.
And then, are you prepared for Jim Bob to come on stage?
Yeah, I don't care, but again, it's gonna be.
That was the question.
Oh. Oh, I mean, I was gonna say I don't care, but it's we're gonna still stick to the one question thing. Like, it's not gonna be a cross examination. And it's like I'm not trying to weasel out of it. I've been on here for 3 hours and 15 minutes. And after this concludes, I'm gonna go to my YouTube stream and spend some time with them too. So I'm not trying to be here all night.
No, I get it. And then DBK was asked, in Santa Dharma religions are pluralist, while Abrahamic religion is exclusivist. How can a free society be governed by exclusivism without a perpetual civil war?
I'm really sorry. How can exclusion be implemented without perpetual civil war?
How can a free society be governed by exclusivism without perpetual civil war?
That's a very odd question. What I would say is maybe it's inevitable that civil wars can break out. The question would be, what's more likely? What kinds of circumstances are more likely? I don't think you don't have to be that smart to look at what's happened around the world historically to see that countries that are intrinsically less democratic are far more likely to be embroiled in civil war. That's just, and it doesn't even have to be a religious thing. It can be an ethnic thing, like what happened in Rwanda. It was less of a civil war and just more of a mass slaughter. But when you make these absolute declarative claims about like we're the correct side, and if you don't believe in whatever we have, then whatever, then ultimately that can happen. So that's what I would say.
Gotcha. And then, given that religions are defined by self-identifying labels and not by fixed characteristics, how can you ensure the identity being REPD? I don't know what he's saying there, without ethnic nationalism creeping in?
What? Anybody
anywhere?
I heard it. I'm just like, anybody anywhere in the world can be a member of it. Like, there's a freaking Ethiopia. There's an extremely ancient Ethiopian branch of Christianity, and then there's one in Greece, and then there's one in Palestine, and then there are ones in the UK. It's like you can be whatever you want and be from wherever you want and be a member of a religion. So like the idea that it would inevitably lead to some sort of ethnocentric creeping in of something, I don't understand the logic of that question at all.
Gotcha. And do you want to take one more from 8-Bit? He did ask a question earlier, but he's the last hand up.
Yeah. And then I think this might. How many more text ones are there?
That's it. That's it.
Okay,
This is the very
good,
last one.
because my eyeballs hurt so bad from
And
looking at my computer screen.
we are very grateful you joined us today and having you here on the Politics Discord. Anybody in the audiences that isn't a member of Politics Discord yet, make sure, I know there's 2 streams watching, make sure you join discord.gg/politics. This is a great server to have open discussion. We promote free speech. We pull in people from both sides. Planet Peterson, for the people in my stream, I have, or he is, I cannot talk at all today. It's getting late. Planet Peterson is Planet Peterson on YouTube. I don't know what his exact hyperlink would be, but it's Planet Peterson on YouTube. Is it just youtube.com/Planet Peterson, or is
There's some numbers,
different?
but type me in, you'll find me. I have enough subscribers.
Yeah, he's awesome. And then, like I said, discord.gg/politics for awesome discussions. And then I'm youtube.com/@realbreakfasttacos. Unfortunately, as I said earlier, it shows up a lot of breakfast taco creation videos. So you kind of got to type in the @realbreakfasttacos. But what's up, 8-Bit?
Real quick, I'm going to go right over here and grab something. I'll be back in less than 10 seconds.
Okay. Anything new with you, Taco?
No, man, just hanging
I'm not
out.
joking. My eyeballs hurt so bad that we're going to sunglasses. What's up?
I mean, I do coding, so I know that feeling.
Yeah.
So I think if you had taken an ANCAP position, you could probably have drilled them a bit better.
I don't know what you mean by that.
Anarcho-capitalism.
Oh, if I would have adopted one?
Yeah, if you had taken that position.
Oh, well, I'm not an anarcho-capitalist, so I'm not here to try to win the debate.
Yeah.
Some people are just good at debating and are dishonest, so they can do that.
Sure.
But I literally just believe in this thing, so I was going to, advocate for it or whatever. And Andrew was, I felt like he took a very principled, for the most part, stance, although during the cross-examination he kind of didn't really commit to much. But
Yeah, and that's like something that I find to be pretty consistent with him, is that he never actually defends his position. And like you were doing a stream the other day, I suggested you concede your worldview to have him defend his.
Yeah.
But yeah, like my point was earlier on in the discussion, like you brought up looting and stuff, and he took he agreed that theft is bad, but a little later he said he believes the government has the right to levy taxes. You could have like I would have asked him, whence comes that right to levy taxes?
Yeah, where do you arbitrarily cut off and say, well, no, it is fine to do it in whatever. So that's just, I don't know. Those gotchas, I think, are stupid. I didn't plan on engaging in any of them unless they started being used against me, and then I would have done it. But
fair enough. But it does come across as like a moral relativism on his part, that he thinks theft is wrong, but it's okay in this one area.
Every single person stakes their claim on whatever ethical prescriptions or whatever they want based on arbitration. We absolutely all do. There's no choice in that. But if you can put together an enormous coalition of people that have the same arbitrations, that's the best we can do. So whatever. Anyways, thank you.
All right. Yeah, no problem.
Thank you.
Good talking to you. Have a good one.
Have a great one, Eric. We'll see you soon.
Oh, yeah. You're very welcome. All right, YouTube. Here's what I'm going to do. I am currently streaming on OBS, and I don't know if this works or not. I'm going to switch to StreamYard. but I don't know what that's going to do because I'm technically going to be simultaneously simulcasting. So I don't know if it's going to work. If this crashes, then if it crashes somehow, then I'm going to immediately restart the live, which would absolutely suck. But StreamYard just gives me features for what I want to do that I can't do with, oh wait. Actually, maybe I can do it here. No, that can't be right. Because there were multiple 8:09 p.m. That's not right. What if I do this? No, that doesn't work. Okay, well, I'm going to give this a try and see what happens. Go live. Okay, I'm live on StreamYard. So if I end this live stream on OBS, does that end the live stream? Hold on. Let me do this real quick. Let me open up. I look insane. I look like a Smurf. Here, let me go to YouTube real quick and see what this looks like. Go to my channel. Go to my channel. Okay, so if I do this, go to my channel. We're still going, I think. Are we still live or did it shut down? Oh, awesome. That actually does work. Huh. I learned something new today for all you streamers. If you start a stream in OBS, you can continue it in Streamlabs. So there we go. I know there was more than one super chat, but my StreamYard is only preserving this one. That is really annoying. But John, atheist here, I agree with you, but you framed this thesis backwards and allowed Andrew to win the debate. There's a difference between saying Christianity shouldn't be in government versus government shouldn't adopt Christianity. I wonder if that's the same person from before that brought that up. I mean, maybe my brain is fried. I don't actually. Yeah, sorry, Jim Bob. It's StreamYard. I keep saying Streamlabs. Maybe my brain is fried, but I don't know. I don't know how to respond to that right now because I don't actually see the meaningful distinction. So I will try to. I mean, I'll think about it. But anyways, yeah, son of a bitch. Where the hell did all the... Oh man, there have been so many comments. I've never had a live stream get even, 10% this many views. So I am scrolling like my life depends on it through the old chats, but I can't see any super chats. And if I pull it up on Google Chrome, it's only going to show me the chat from when I joined, so I can't scroll back on that either. So yeah, what I wanted to do was go through these, all the ones that happened during the debate, and I don't know why I can't do that. So he just completely misrepresented your argument. No big deal. Repeat from earlier. Yeah. What I wanted actually to do was do this entire stream in Streamlabs, but you can't share audio on desktop apps. You can only do it with Chrome, with a website. Which now that I think about it, I could have gone on discord.com and streamed it. Fucking idiot. Wow. Okay, that's an epic fail on my part. Sorry. So we're gonna hang out here for, I don't know, a little while. And just kind of debate after show. Dude, somebody commented, I saw earlier. I did my best to not pay attention to the live stream because I gotta give my full attention to what I'm doing. But I saw somebody at, I can't remember her name, Andrew Wilson's wife or whatever. So was she watching this, commenting? Because I don't know how somebody would at her, Christian, I don't know what the hell you're doing throwing your money away at me. I'm not worth it. No, I'm just kidding. I am worth it. Give it to me. I'm worth it. Been enjoying all your videos. First time catching a live. Keep fighting the good fight. Have some money. Well, that's like I said, extremely generous of you. And thank you very much. And I appreciate that you appreciate the work I'm doing. Bro got smoked. I genuinely don't think so. I thought it was pretty weird because I wasn't trying to, like when you're being cross-examined, it's not that hard to control the narrative, even though it's not your turn or whatever. I wasn't trying to do that with Andrew. I thought we would talk about a lot of things. We only talked about two things. Him trying to get me to admit that it's a contradiction about amending the First Amendment. And then I can't remember. I don't remember what the first thing was. It was, oh man, I don't remember what the other broad topic was. But yeah, we stayed on that one for a while and then it shifted into that. But yeah, and he only really grilled me on two things, which I don't think was a wise use of his time. I mean, if I were him, I would just be like, okay, well, Peterson contradicted himself. I'm going to claim victory on that thing. Let's move on to the next one. But I don't know. Bro got smoked. Hey, it's that same comment again. What the hell kind of degenerate comment is this? And you certainly, oh, that's not directed at me, so I don't know what the hell that's all about. Are there just like 10 fights happening in the comments section right now? Is that what's going on? Is nobody actually here for me? You guys are actually just debating each other in the comment section, because I see a lot of people adding each other. Your chat is coping super hard. There are a lot of Andrew Wilson fans in the chat, and yes, they're going to be trying to give excuses for how that went well for him. But like I've made this comment multiple times already, but I've never seen Andrew do a debate with somebody where he was like not unhinged, and didn't think of insanely stupid hypotheticals like, what if we dug up grandma's corpse, beheaded her, and then skull fucked her? He actually made that argument with a guy once, right? So I was like, I had a bad feeling that this is going to be a complete shit show, but he was totally cool, and he's not here. I was going to say it to him, but he was like pressed for time, so I just decided to shut up. But this all happened because I made that video titled Andrew Wilson is a Moron. Andrew, I changed the title of that video. I changed it to Andrew Wilson is Wrong, because you showed up and it was respectful. And I don't know, feels like the right thing to do. Should you use should when you shouldn't use should? Yeah, that was kind of the whole point of what he was attacking me, like the whole second part of his cross-examination. Plant Pearson, yes, there's a few arguments going on in the chat. Yeah. Semantic, yeah, we didn't really have that. I mean, the thing with him I wouldn't say it was semantics what he was trying to do with the whole, but wait, we could just amend the First Amendment thing. I don't think that was semantics, but you will never grow a channel if you can't admit your logic was flawed in that argument. Well, I don't know what you're talking about, but I mean, I just literally do whatever I want and talk about whatever I want, and my channel growth has actually been pretty awesome. So I don't know. Monster Hunter Wilds is to Monster Hunter what Guilty Gear Strive is to Guilty. What the fuck does that? I've been playing Monster Hunter Wilds. I have no idea what this comment means. I have no idea. Christianity shouldn't be in government unless it's implemented by Christians, then it's fine. No, it's not fine. They have the legal right to do it. That doesn't mean that I think that it's fine. And that's just a loophole. That's just a loophole, and it would violate the entire like spirit and essence and purpose and point and idea of what a secular constitutional republic is. So I don't know, like they're gonna hang their hat on that until kingdom come, which will be never. Well, that seemed as fun as getting sounded with a kebab. I don't know what it means to get sounded, but the J Pump is a big time supporter. I recognize that username. I found Wilson's near constant obfuscation of what you said very frustrating. The whole won't answer a question straight, won't let you answer a question thing. I don't entirely get the second point you were trying to make there, but yeah, he really didn't commit to taking a position on a lot of things during the cross-examination, which I don't know. I mean, that was more just inconvenient for me because I had an idea of how it would go, you know? So urethral sounding, look it up. Well, I've had a lot of not catheters, but I used to have problems with kidney stones. So I'd have to get stents put that would go between my kidney and my bladder, and they fish that thing out of you. They don't put you under for that. They just numb you up and then put it in, and then they pull it all out all at once. Oh God, it's it's not fun to go through. Man, nobody wanted to hear that. He liked when you answered something very quickly. Otherwise, yeah, I mean, oh, what the hell was it? I don't know if I'm going to be able to remember, but there was this time where he asked me about something. Well, he made two different points. I was like, oh, well, I can respond to the first thing, and then I'll talk about the second thing you said. And he wouldn't let me do it. I mean, I could have just been an annoying little twat and just refused to cooperate. But I don't know why I'm so nice or charitable, but like you can't argue that I obfuscated or wasn't charitable. When he told me to jump, I said how high, during cross-examination. Which is crazy because I went second. I didn't have to do that. I could have just said, I reject the premise of your question to everything. Do you think it's possible that our lives repeat in an infinite amount of time, and if we live in a cyclical universe, our soul, conscious, whatever you want to call it, is gone after our death? Or is our soul? I don't believe in souls. Like time could absolutely be cyclical, but that doesn't mean that you would would rematerialize in the universe. But if the universe is infinite, then there's a version of you that literally atom by atom is exactly the same. And now this isn't exactly a ship of Theseus problem, but this is a very weird philosophical problem that you can actually get the equivalent of it in Star Trek, because when they beam you up, what actually happens is your entire body is destroyed, and then atom by atom you are reconstructed. So we can't know if a exact perfect reconstruction of you would remember everything you remember, would be you. We don't know that. We can't know that. It's really cool to think about, though. Wait. Is Phil Helper, is that not his real name? Is that why he calls himself that? Because he helps with philosophy? Because that would actually be hilarious. Yeah. Harrison. I mean, that's kind of what I said. If I wait around long enough and long enough time scale, will a cheeseburger assemble itself into a tasty burger? Yeah, probably, I guess. Sean Carroll, he wrote a paper where they actually calculated how long would it take for a grand piano to just randomly materialize in front of you. I don't remember what the answer is, but they did do that. You know what's funny? In like prepping for this debate, I had to think about all the possible things that Andrew would say. Like I literally have a document that just has all the potential rebuttals I thought of, and there were a lot. And based on that, I think I could actually debate myself better on this than Andrew did, which is funny. I'm legitimately really upset that I can't see old super chats because I saw some. I don't remember any of them. I saw there were hostile ones, which was funny, and then somebody said, "You're literally paying him to diss him." So good luck with whatever that is. Man, Aha! I found one. Still waiting for Andrew to answer a question and/or let Planet Peterson answer a question. I found one. Oh, I found a couple more. Oh, these are the last ones. Peterson, I thought you would do better. I still respect for going toe to toe with Andrew from the Crucible. That was at 7:51 p.m. What? Also, I challenge your chat to put their money where their mouth is. Let the grift flow. I'm super confused. Maybe there weren't. No, there were other super chats, like really low. Like I saw $2 ones from haters and stuff like that. Or maybe I'm losing it. Maybe that didn't happen. Maybe I'm imagining what I wanted to imagine happen. Where's your proof of Rob? I never said that Rob exists. These people were hate donating. Yeah, I mean, I welcome all the hate donations. It literally can't hurt me. Well, I mean, maybe it can hurt my feelings, but no, I don't think nobody hates me more than I do. So say whatever you want. Man, Andrew, he only insulted me like one time, and it was a really weak insult. It's crazy. Maybe it's because I wonder, I really do. I really wonder if he had gone second. What the fuck is wrong with me? If he had gone first, would he have tried to use the Matt Dillahunty strategy, by which I mean the strategy he used against Matt Dillahunty, or something like that? I don't know. Maybe it would. I don't know. Maybe then it would have been a total shit show. No self-hate, bro. Don't do that. What you call self-hate, I call introspection, which is how you get better. He usually is calm with calm people like you. Yeah, I mean, I honestly think that I'm pretty good at setting the not mood. That sounds gross, but not the tempo either, but I don't know, whatever. Like there are people that I've had pretty public, how do I want to say it? Shit throwing contests in a way with, like Jim Bob, like Flatzoid. Those are really the big ones. And then before this with Andrew. But actually every single one of those conversations was completely normal, and man, my brain is fried. They were nice conversations. They would all say the same thing. Tone. Yeah. Yeah, I set the tone. Man, no, my brain is fried because I couldn't think of the word tone. Set the tone. That's like, man. I just saw me get tagged. Are you more... I assume you mean Dostoevsky? Fyodor Dostoevsky? Or a Kafka person? Or maybe none of them? I mean, I know the name Kafka, but I don't really know the name very well. Dostoevsky, I mean, I don't know, what was his philosophy that, like, he wrote the book about, like he said, God is dead and we killed him, and it's going to lead to, Jordan Peterson loves Fyodor Dostoevsky. And no, what the fuck is that? The Brothers Karamazov. Is that the book where the guy kills the person and she was a like it was like literally a good, it's basically the Telltale Heart. Like, he killed this person and it was actually like people would have thanked him for it, but the crippling madness that comes from, oh, that's Nietzsche. Yeah, Nietzsche has the quote. What the fuck is wrong with me? I confused that because Dostoevsky has the book where he talks about this thing that happened, like, in a world without God. You can make anything permissible, but what that actually in principle, but in practice, in reality, it leads to people immiserating themselves with their decisions that they thought were good, but then not delayed gratification. That was Nietzsche. Yes, I'm sorry. Like I said, my brain is fried. But then Kafka, yeah, I mean, I hear this like, oh, that's Kafka-esque or whatever, but I don't actually know what that means. So, sorry. Oh, Jesus, it's almost 10 o'clock my time. Do you think Philbros should be in government? No. Because government already is stymied and doesn't go anywhere. And holy fuck, you put Philbros in there, they're going to argue over what the word mean means for the next 200,000 years. So nothing will ever happen in government. Putting Philbros in government that's like asking, should you never put gas in a car? Well, if you want the car to do anything ever, then no. Beta. Philbro, that's the real P word. Andrew argues psychology is soft science and many of the studies are not replicable, I think is the word. Yeah, it would be I'd be interested in not even having a debate, but a conversation with Andrew about, like, he thinks I think too much of psychology. I'm not really sure what he heard me say that makes him think that way. I think psychology is important. I think psychology is important, like I think philosophy is important. In that, like, even I can talk a lot of shit about it, but you know, we have to have, yes, I think science is better than philosophy or whatever. Like, if we sat around and all we did was philosophy, we'd never do anything. If we sat around and all we did was science and no philosophy, well, maybe our science wouldn't be as good as it is, but we'd still actually get stuff done. But the philosophy makes it better. And the psychology stuff, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what his gripe with psychology is. Maybe it's just that it's very imprecise and a soft science, but that's because humans and brains are the most complex things we know about. He didn't hear anything you said in the debate. Well, I don't know. What is the meaning of the word beta, and how do I know it applies to you, you might ask? Well, if you check the dictionary, it's a photo of you next to the edge. Did you win, Dad? Are you winning, son? Yeah. How could you let yourself get pocket sanded? I don't think I got pocket sanded. I don't remember what we said pocket sanded meant in the live stream the other day. I don't remember. Have you heard the replication crisis in soft sciences? Yes. There are all these things like in psychology that they claim, oh, if you put eyeballs on just pictures of eyeballs on the walls, then people are less likely to cheat on a test. And it's like, oh, so we declared that this means something about the intrinsic psychology of people, and people have this innate, ingrained, born with sense of that somebody's watching over you. And oh, that's why religions are popular, because people just fundamentally believe in an observer that's not really there, it's uncorporeal or whatever. And that what they found is when other people tried to replicate the results, they couldn't get them. So the other huge problem with it is, I can't remember, there's a name for it, I don't remember what it is, but the vast majority of subjects of psychology studies are undergraduate psychology students who are in some sense are kind of privileged people, and it's not a random sample. You can do the best you can, but it just isn't. And that could be a huge problem, because that may be betraying because what I really like is evolutionary psychology, trying to understand the kind of like the fundamental nature of human cognition. Because if we're not aware of our basic instincts, then we won't be able to overcome the nastiest parts of our nature that are intrinsic with that. But anyways, with these psychological studies, if what you're really doing is studying people that live in weird societies, Western educated, industrialized, rich, and democratic, that's very much not a sample of the, I don't know, humanity in its nascent state or whatever. So its implications, results, whatever, maybe not universally grounded like we would want them to be. Your collabs with Justin Deconstruction Zone are some of my favorite lately, man. Please keep doing them. I will keep doing them. I will keep using Justin to farm content, which is a terrible thing for me to do, but Justin is okay with it. Your debates carry me through my night shift right now. I love your content. Well, I'm happy to help out the proletariat. Viva la revolution. Thought you handled Andrew better than most. Great job. I wish he had addressed the prompts more than just focusing on semantics. Yeah, see, Andrew didn't tell me, give any case for why Christianity should be in government. He didn't do that like during his cross-examination at all, which like he didn't have to, but that's kind of, I don't know. I don't think you can claim, even if my position was revealed to be like contradictory or something, that wouldn't actually necessarily mean that his position was correct. Now I'm sitting here thinking, wouldn't it actually? I don't know. Like I said, my brain is fried. But yeah, so like I wouldn't say that I put Andrew in his place or anything like that. There weren't any slam dunk moments. Which I don't know, I'm not gonna lie, I was kind of hoping that there might be some of those. But I do think I don't know, I did the best I could to show that whatever Andrew thinks about government and how it should be different doesn't even come from Christianity, because it makes contradictory claims. And that also, according to the Christian nationalist, they only want one particular version of Christianity to be in power. So, like, literally, according to a Christian, Christianity shouldn't be in government. Who's this Rob person? Oh. Do you even know how to play those guitars on your wall? Prove it. Oh, I can do that. I don't care. I'm probably going to screw this up because this is one of the harder things I know how to play, but I really like it. This is a Deep River Blues by Doc Watson. I think he wrote that. See, that's the part I always screw up. So there you go. I screwed that up a couple times. One time wasn't my fault. I have a jagged, I need to file my nail or something. I caught the E string with my ring finger when I meant to hit the B string. Wait, what? Yeah, that part. I kind of know this other Doc Watson song, but I don't play it correctly. Okay, validated. Now back to us. I can read comments and play guitar. It's probably really annoying, though. What did my buddy Travis say? Look at that later. Oh, wait. Play the intro, you dumbass. No, it took me that long to screw up. Now play Hocus Pocus by Focus. I can't play that. That song's crazy. I especially can't do the whistling part. I love that song. I don't even know the gist of how it goes. Play Bronny R. I wish I knew how to play that. I guarantee that song's in a really weird tuning, but I absolutely love that song. Not very many people know that one. People think it's Bronyar Stomp. No, Bronny R is a different song. It's a really beautiful song. The classical gas ran out. Yeah. What else do I know? Nope, those are the only songs I know. No, I don't know any creed. Stairway to Heaven. No, I'll definitely get demonetized if I do that. I should probably actually stop. Actually, I should stop because it's almost 10 o'clock, so this is a 4-hour live stream. But I'll take a few more questions, but I am going to get out of here in about 3 minutes. It's midnight, you sissy. Well, I want to go to bed. Man, my internet actually crapped out earlier today, and it took me like 3 hours to fix it. So I was sitting here like, if this doesn't get fixed, and I have to say I can't do the debate tonight, you know how bad that's going to make me look? Oh man. Where do you think you did best in the debate? I honestly think that I don't know. I feel like Andrew, because he kept trying to say, what is it? With the whole historical perspectives, like Christian ethics has been used historically to condemn things in the past, but then and then later on in the future, it was used to condemn even the people that condemned the past. So in what sense does this come specifically from the Christian ethic? And the only thing Andrew could do with that is say that, like, he just made my argument for me. He said, no, those people in the past, they said they were using the Christian ethic, but they weren't. I was like, but that's what the people in the future are going to say, or that's what people like. You can pick the middle. 20th century people condemned 19th century people, and 21st century people condemned 20th century people. And his only solution to that was to say that, but then that was, Andrew, you're just presupposing, or you're just claiming that they didn't have the correct ethic, but they were arguing they were arguing that they were arguing from a Christian ethic. And that's where the No True Scotsman thing, and I don't know, he was like debate broing. Well, that's not technically No True Scotsman fallacy, and I didn't follow it at all. And maybe it wasn't specifically that. Maybe that wasn't specifically the fallacy or whatever in question. But I do think it was actually a contradiction, and so I think that was probably the best part of it. But that was kind of like the whole purpose of my entire cross-examination. So that went better than I thought it would, although he didn't really take specific stances, very often. And I don't know, I think I handled his cross-examination just fine. I mean, he didn't stump me at any point. And, it didn't devolve into like, that's fucking stupid. Or like, I didn't have to reject anything that he said or anything like that. So I don't know. I guess that's what I would say. Little piece of advice: keep on the debate subject. Don't let your opponent distract with red herrings and semantics. I mean, so during his cross-examination, I didn't push back at all. Like, I did plan on saying, I did plan on, when I was being cross-examined, and not to make this a Weasley thing, but to make Andrew Wilson sell us on the idea of Christianity and government, I did plan on just saying, this has nothing to do with Christianity in government. What questions do you have for me about Christianity in government? Because like, if his whole, and that, I think that's kind of the thing. If his whole point was to just try to get me to contradict myself by amending the First Amendment, therefore I win, then he's not defending anything. He's not telling you why what he says should be true, but just technically that it could happen. Sometimes you need to push back and keep it outside. I mean, I don't know. When I was being cross-examined, I just very much was just like, look, it's his time and it's going to be used how he wants. So I don't know. I don't know. You were completely unaware of the time restriction. He unloaded a bunch of exposition, then ran out the clock. Oh, I don't know. You are the affirmative in the debate. You need to prove your side more than he did. That's fair enough. Yeah. So, he didn't have to do that at all. Were you aware of Finland and the state church? No, I didn't really pay attention to any of that. So. Why didn't you ever ask Andrew what about a theocracy would be good? Why should it be that way? That's the thing that I regret about the debate is, and I did have that in mind, is I didn't frame it that way, but I brought it up a few times. I was going to say, what is the government not good at that Christianity would be able to do? Or would be better at or good at or whatever. You need to be more assertive and aggressive at times. Dude, I totally disagree with that. Like, what I am known for is saying to people, yeah, so the question was literally 20 times in a row, and absolutely not letting the subject get changed. So I don't see that actually. Okay, well, I will take one more question. What the fuck is a pongo? Finland's ranked happiest country in the world for the 7th year in a row, just for future knowledge. Oh, yeah, and they have a state church, but that doesn't prove that that's what's causing that. I don't agree with your stance, but you were a nice guy during the debate. Oh, okay. Hail These aren't questions. Hail Spinky, the government lord of America. Nothing gained, nothing lost. Yeah, I don't know. Would somebody that doesn't give two shits of a fuck about the position either way, what would they say? Stalemate, maybe? I don't know. I don't. I mean, he spent his entire cross-examination on just two things, and I can't remember what the hell the first thing was. I cannot remember what the first thing was, but there's a debate going on about evolution in the comments. Nazis in government? No, because that started that was just a continuation of Christians in government. That was just a continuation of amending the First Amendment. I think. Wasn't it? Yeah. I swear there was something like specifically that he brought up first. I don't know. Like I said, my brain is fried. It was about amending the Constitution. Okay, so maybe the two things was we could just amend the First Amendment, and then the rest of it was just on. I feel like there was something else. I don't remember. I don't remember. Would you rather our nation be run by atheists? I don't know. I mean, that would mean that Christians don't have representation. So like it wouldn't be illegal, but it could potentially not be all that good. Well, whatever. We're going to end it there. Thank you, everybody. Got out of the way. I'll see everybody. I don't know if I'm going to upload a video tomorrow. I might just let this video sit on my YouTube channel and generate some views. I haven't decided yet. I definitely haven't edited a video for tomorrow, so we'll see. But yeah, I don't know what to say other than thank you. Enjoy the outro.